Call meeting to order. Shelley, can you do roll call for us, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Here.
District 2, Councilman Pastor. Present. District 3, Councilman Leatham. Here. District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles.
Here.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Here.
Mayor Gamaros.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Shelley. Can you lead us in the invocation, Shelley?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Lord, thank you for the opportunities that you give to each one here tonight to be leaders in this community, Lord, setting examples and making decisions that are not always easy, but that are just and helpful to this city. Lord, I pray that you bless the discussions tonight, that they would be honoring and respectful to you and to all members of this council and staff. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Jesse, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge of allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start with summary of current events, and we'll start on the bottom. And Jesse, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. I know Councilwoman Giles might be touching on this, but I want to thank Jerry and Vince for giving me a tour and Charlene a tour of the wastewater treatment facility as well as Cutter Wells. It was amazing to see what they've done, and they were able to do a lot of it in-house to save the taxpayers a lot of money. So, it's an amazing feat over there. If you ever get the chance or opportunity, please go out there and check it out. It's awesome. And I was able to see at Cutter Well where they were digging out a well to fix it, and it was awesome. I've never seen something like that. So, yeah. So if you ever get the chance, that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Fernando, we'll go to you.
I've really got nothing to add. I'd like to congratulate the Cobra Valley Youth Club. They had a fundraiser that seemed to do pretty well. They had an auction that the Kiko Radio allowed us to do, which we're very grateful, and to everybody that donated and supported us by buying items. So thank you very much to the community for supporting the kids. And that's it.
Thank you, Fernando. Mike?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank the voters for passing the home rule. It's important to us, and I know we'll reap some benefit from it, I hope. Also, I'd like to thank all the votes that participated in the city council elections. I sure appreciated the way they voted for me. So other than that, I've just been hunkering down.
Thanks, Mike. Charlene?
I got some correspondence that I want to read aloud because we often get negative correspondence. This is very, very positive correspondence. This came from a business owner on Broad Streets, and it says in capital letters, "Shelley is amazing and should get a raise." Seriously, that's what it said. The street guys are the best. There are a lot of really hardworking city workers, and I respect most of them. That is very nice. That is very positive and nice. Yeah, and the sewer oxidation tour was really something. I had been there before, but previous to all this new work, and was this the $750,000, I believe? Yes. What was done over there, that seems like such a lot of money, but what they do. So let's talk about essential workers, because those dudes over there, they're essential workers. If we don't have water and sewer flowing, the city's not flowing. And there it was, 116 degrees or whatever it was that day, and Jerry and Vince both took Jesse and I around, and I would just like to shout out to Dave Propek, who's been with the city almost 30 years, Steve Tejas, who was running the belt press. I can't even imagine how hot it was up there in that building, because my hair was sticking to my head, and I was only up there 15 minutes so he could show us how he did his job. And also Will Crenshaw was there. There was also a welder, but was he not a subcontractor? Yes, okay. So, but those folks are doing what needs to be done, and I think they're underappreciated because nobody sees what they do. But they're exposing themselves. I mean, they're working hard, and they are essential workers that are doing what they need to be doing, and I sure would like to thank them. And then our Garden of the Month winner was Ron from 1000 Sutherland. He got a gift certificate from the Copper Hen. He has a beautiful vegetable garden that's around the corner that nobody would even know was there, you know, and just in the course of walking around town, I spotted it. So we had about 6 addresses. Jesse and I went out and just looked at them all, and so there were some other honorable mentions that we're going to put on the list for next month, because these folks are working hard to do this, and it beautifies our city, and it shows pride in their property. We're thankful they're doing that. I also want to just congratulate the police department on the working towards the accreditation through the Arizona Law Enforcement Program. Chief had told me about this a while back, but I guess I really didn't understand the full extent of it. What it does is ensure that there are standards and levels of accountability put in place that the city has to meet every year. And I want to say it's like 175 standards. That's a lot. That's a lot of that's a really lot of standards. So these guys are going to have to, these men and women are going to, our officers are going to have to adhere to all of this for us to stay in the program. And so kudos to all of them, to management that thought of it, but to the officers that are going to bring it to fruition. That's great that they're doing that. And then lastly, I have a couple residents that are concerned about the drug activity going on at the cemetery at night, the cemetery on Hackney, and also we are assuming it's drug activity at the Old Dominion Mine Park in the middle of the night, cars coming and going, quick contacts with folks. Nobody's going to enjoy the amenities of the cemetery or Old Dominion Mine Park at 2 or 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. So we know it's going on. We know something not good is going on. So I've spoken both with Chief and Jerry, and we're going to send all this information to you, Paul, and we got to get some answers for our residents that are, I've heard this before. This wasn't the first time. And I realized that Public Works would have to pay overtime to someone to go out at night, what have you. But we have signs up that say closed from dusk to dawn. There should be no people there. There's nothing they can be doing in the middle of the night that's an activity appropriate for either of those places. So we need to get on this for our residents. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Charlene. Freddie?
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have anything, but I do want to congratulate you and Charlene Giles for your reelection. I'd like to congratulate Mike Pastor for his election, and I'd like to thank my constituents for showing their confidence in voting for me on my second term. So I look forward to working with everybody here in working for the city's best interest. So, thank you.
Thank you, Freddie. Mike?
I just have a few things, Mayor. First of all, I want to do what Freddie did today, congratulate you all on getting your second term voted in. You're doing a great job, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. So thank you. And the same goes for you, Charlene. Keep up the great work. I know it's a big chore sometimes, and we're not doing it for the money, that's for sure, right? And then Freddie, to you as well.
Thank you.
So thank you for running again. It takes a lot to do that. And Mike, you as well. Thank you. Appreciate it. And then Charlene, for you, I'd like to, I didn't realize that's what you were doing, so for here on out, no, seriously, I'd like to donate.
No.
Yes.
No. So am I allowed to speak on your turn?
No. You already had your turn. This is my turn.
Rebuttal.
Nope.
Wait, rebuttal.
Nope. So I'd like
I don't
to
want to.
donate gift certificates to the gardens. So thank you very much for what you guys are doing.
Well, that's
I didn't
very
realize what you were doing, so thank you, and I'd be more than happy to do that.
That's very kind.
So,
That's very kind.
Thank you. And no, you can't speak on my turn.
Oh.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. I have a few things. Again, I also want to congratulate Charlene, Freddie, and Mike for re-election or for another 4 years. And I also want to thank those residents that voted for me also and gave me all the support these last 4 years and ready for another 4 years. I'm really honored to work with this group of diverse individuals. I think we're forward-thinking and proactive, and we want to be able to work together to bring good things to Globe. And I'm glad we have another 4 years to work together to do that. I also want to thank you, the residents, for voting in home rule. It's called what? Alternative expenditure limits. If it didn't pass, as Steve Stratton told us last week, we'd be going back to the 1982 limitations set by the state, and that would kill us. We wouldn't be able to spend the money that we received through taxes and outside sources and revenue. So thank you again for voting it in. Get educated. This thing comes up every 4 years, and it's a scary moment because it could hurt us if it's turned down. And then lastly, I want to just make some comments about some statements or comments that were made, some on Facebook and some that were out there. One having pertaining with the city and one not pertaining with the city. The first one, there was some comments out there on Facebook about our food bank. And it got a little derogatory towards them. The food bank provides a very vital service to our community, especially in these times with a virus. You know, they're providing meals for people that are out of work, the kids that are out of school. And I know we've all pitched in, the library, the town of Miami, Globe, but that's an ongoing thing. And these are total volunteers. And they were really, there was some nasty stuff said on Facebook about these people that work there. I did talk to one of the ladies that posted, and it was a good conversation in the end. You know, if you're gonna come up with criticism in Facebook or wherever you're making that criticism, you should provide a solution for it also, for us to work towards. That's really the way to go. I visited the food bank, and they changed some of their procedures, and they're also working on putting an overhead awning that is much needed for shade as people wait in line for their food. So I think it was a good outcome in the end. Again, it was just about communication. Another topic that was brought up there to my attention was about our outreach in the city during this COVID pandemic. I know a lot of the things that were done in the outreach to our business community, and you got to understand there's about 600 business permits out there, and that's a lot of people to reach. I know because I was part of it, as part of that group. I know economic development, they went from progressing into bringing economic to our city to helping businesses out there. So they changed gears. We're able to put people from the library and BESH to help them. I know they created a series of 2 different packets that were distributed to businesses. And I'll tell you, I also volunteered, and I went out and distributed packets and talked to businesses. Mine was on the west side, but I didn't reach them all. I couldn't, because some people weren't there. You had to make multiple return visits. And the other thing was that some of these programs were over within 48 hours. So it's an ongoing thing, is what we did. But I know we did a lot of outreach, just because we didn't provide that personal touch to each business. It was on our website. We went on Kiko Radio and KQSS numerous times to provide information. We put it in the Silver Belt. We went to Copper Country News, and it was in the Globe Miami Times. So everybody has a way of communicating in our city. So if it was out there, we even formed a hashtag for that purpose, to be able to have people go to that website, make it simple, that you had it all in one area. And again, this in regards to the small business loans that were out there. The PPP was a payroll protection plan. And we also had the Co-Starters program, which is a rebuild our community program. And we also ran up, here lately was the hashtag, the Mask Up program that we provided information for. So it is out there. Like I said, if we missed you, I apologize. Is our city perfect? No, we're not perfect, but we're building towards being a business-friendly city. And I know sometimes we don't reach out to everybody we should, but I think we as a council and residents and business community, we need to work together and communicate with each other, because that's the only way we're going to make our community better and make it some place that's a destination for everybody. And lastly, I just want to thank all our departments. Every department in this city, every staff member, every employee is an important and a vital, important part of our city. And we thank you for that. So we could not operate. I know when I worked for the fire department, that was in 2014, 2012, our staff then was maybe 120, 140 employees. We're below 100 people. We got staff members in our city doing multiple jobs, wearing many hats. and we're getting the job done, and I think we're busier than we were 8 years ago. So please be patient with us. We are working at it. If you have a complaint, my phone number's on the website, or I'll give it to you personally. Call me, sit down, let's discuss it. Let's come up with some solutions and not just complaints. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you. A couple things. First, congratulations on everyone with the election process and the wins. We had the chamber sponsored 2 candidate forums prior to the primary. One was the sheriff because there's a active primary going on there, and then the second one, the council candidates. I thought that was really good. They're going to have more. They'll have more coming up as we get into the general election, and we see those races develop. So the voting's not over. Second thing is kudos to the residents and voters of Globe for getting out there. They did not let COVID get in their way. A lot of early voting, and then to the county election department and Mr. Mariscal, and there wasn't a hitch or a hiccup that I heard about. No contention, no hanging chads. It went all very well. So I think that's good that we can know when November comes, which will be a little bit more intense. I think that the Gila County Election Department is doing well. I know if you watch the returns at 8 o'clock, just as they had promised, all the early ballots were published, and so you had a good handle on what was close, what was not. And then you got the generals come in, and then the people who voted the day of, the old fogies like I who like to go down there and actually walk in there, and they were very helpful and doing well. 7, I think they worked 6 in the morning and 7 at night, all masked up. And so then you had the provisionals come in. You have to be careful, like District 6 or 8, I can't remember, is both in Gila County and in Pinal County, so it's combined total. And is it 8? Yes. And so it was a interesting as a political junkie watching this, and really kudos to the county for I would say almost at least as far as we know, at least I know, a flawless election. Other than that, it's COVID. Just trying to we're not letting, we're keeping an eye on things. We're always talking about when we can move what and when we can bring things forward and when we can open, when we can't. So we're looking at that. A lot going on with the governor this week. We're still sifting through that. And that's about all I have for Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Paul. So we'll go to our first community call to the public. Again, this is a time where you can call in. We have a cell phone number of 928-200-0154. Is that the right number? Or at council@globeaz.gov. This is a time you can call in. You can speak to the council. You're limited to 3 minutes. We are prohibited from responding back to you, but we can direct staff to follow up if need be. Just remember, you can also do the same if you want to speak to a subject that's on the agenda, and if you do that, then we're able to communicate back to you. So we'll open it up if there's any calls or comments, emails, if you can read those, Shelley.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This comment is from Tom Walsh, and he would like to thank the city for adding posts to Collins Park and adding the agenda to the YouTube version of the council meeting. The city does listen. And we have one more. This comment is from Marcia Scammell, and she says, would like to know if the new dog park is going to be dedicated anytime soon. She's just curious. Also, she would like to suggest dog owners purchasing a memory brick to be implanted into the park. It would bring a great memory to our fur babies who have passed, and it would help offset the maintenance of the park and other expenses it may have. This idea comes from a hospice that did this for patients' families who wanted their loved ones remembered. Also, benches to sit on with an animal name to be remembered with the date of passing. These also could be purchased by a family. Memory bricks and benches. Thank you, Marcia Scammell.
Is that all we have then? Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, I
Do
can.
you have an update on the dog park in the next?
We can add it on the future agenda items if you'd like.
We'll put that. We'll wait till then.
Okay. Yes. But I can before that I can follow up, and we'll respond to her.
Thank you. Next, we have special presentation and ceremonial matters, and the first on the agenda is presentation and update by the Arizona Department of Transportation on the Pinto Creek Bridge project, and it's supposed to be Kurt Harris.
Thank you for having me, Mayor and Council. I'm Kurt Harris. I'm the Assistant District Engineer for ADOT. And Jerry asked if I could come to present how the Pinto Creek Bridge is going along. So what I have, if you have the screens, if you have them available, and the people out there in the public internet land, you can see the before and after. So we're just going to go through a series. I think there's like a dozen pictures. It just shows before and after. This view is looking at the Pinto Creek, standing from the west side, looking towards the east side, pre-access road, because in order to build the bridge, we have to bring hundreds of thousands of pounds of cranes and concrete and rebar steel to put the foundations and build the piers. So let's go to the next slide. And that's what it looks like today, looking from the west side, looking east, and that's the access road. Part of our permit is the Forest Service is going to have us obliterate that access road to try to make it look natural. So that's not going to the way it's going to look for the rest of ever, but we'll come in and layer it, and they'll put rocks and boulders out to make it look as unnatural as possible, and then vegetation will take over years down the road. Next is that's looking from the north side, looking south up the Pinto Creek Canyon at the original bridge. Some of that flagging is there, is where it marks where they have survey points where they'll be making that access road. Next photo. That's kind of looking more down into the canyon, but that's where it looks up now, where they've actually got that's Pier 2, I believe. That's 2 sets of piers on a slab footing that goes 110 feet tall. So they're right there. You see the forms. They're forming the cap wall that's then will sit. So when the bridge girders are set, they'll actually sit on that girder, and that's span 2. Yeah, span 2. There's 3 spans on this bridge. Next slide. That's the before picture. Again, that's looking from the east. Again, I think it's the west side. Yeah, west side looking to the east, right along the main line of the road. Kind of gives you a view of that. So the next slide. That's what it looks like now. Yeah, so that comes in. And you can see they had to build another smaller wall in order to get the other pier footing poured and built. And on the ground is there that you can see where they're tying the rebar cages just to lift those up. Those rebar cages weighed multiple hundreds of tons, so you could tell the amount of strength of energy and strength they needed to get 2 cranes lifting them at one, and another one sets it in place and then holds it in place. Then it has to be under tension as they build the forms around it, and then they put support beams on it to release those cranes so they can continue working on other parts of the project. Next slide. And then to pour those piers, I should probably say, takes up to like 4 days, because we can only pour so much concrete at a time, because by the time you get to the top, if the concrete restarted the pour, didn't get to 80% of its strength, it would blow out the forms of those pier columns. That's the amount of hundreds of thousands of foot-pounds at the base of there when you add the concrete and the steel and all that. This is actually looking from the east side to the west photo. Next slide, please. So now that's looking, yes, west. So you can actually see how Pier 1 is built up. Now they're doing Pier 2, and that's a current picture as of last week. Again, most of that soil will be cleared up. Now this is looking up the main line from the east side of the bridge up, and that's that big cut face, rock face that we had to blast out in the beginning of the project, where we actually had the closures that were happening during the daytime and for about 5 weeks. So next photo. And you can see that's how much we blasted and pushed back that wall. On the very top, in the back of the picture, you'll see a telephone pole or a power pole that created fits because, of course, the way the strikes and the fracture planes of the rock just happened to meet right at where that, and that's basically owned by APS or Salt River Project, but that actually is a tower that's protected in the Antiquities Act. So we were thinking, oh my God, we're going to have to move it, but fortunately everything's kind of stabilized. We're still going to watch it till the end of the project to see if we have to engage a plan. So we had to come up with a plan, an alternative to offset that. And that's how it looks right now. So now that's looking from the east side back towards the west again, as the pre-picture, and then the next picture. So that's now looking at that cut, looking across the bridge as a virtual tour. You can see the cranes topped off in that and so on. Next photo. That's it. Any questions? It kind of gave you a scope. I tried to get the drone footage that Ames Construction was going to do that, and actually they're flying a drone to get aerial on it, but COVID and time delay, I couldn't get it by the time I was asked for this, so I was hoping to present that and show you all, and it kind of gives a bird's eye view. Any questions?
Questions?
I have a question. Kurt,
Yes, sir.
just want to say thank you for your presentation. This is a really nice update. We're all curious on traveling back and forth, and it's nice to hear your progression, so thank you very much. Is this going to be a 4-lane bridge? 2 lanes?
No,
up
it'll
and
just
2
be
lanes?
2 lanes with 10 or 12-foot shoulders.
Okay.
So if a car does break down, there should be enough room to move it over. During snow, we'll have an ability to move snow off the road, but still keep the road up and so on. But it's going to stay as a 2-lane bridge.
Okay. And when do you anticipate the completion?
We were hoping to get the bridge filled and completed by December of next year, so 2021. However, we're running into challenges because the depth to bedrock wasn't as original as they thought in the geotech. So we're escalating it now to come up with alternative designs, because on the west side, we're having to build 2 retaining walls that are going to be connected all the way to the abutment. Well, it's called micropiles, where we drill into the rock and bedrock that locks the bottom of the footing in, so when you fill it, that wall doesn't move. Well, we can come up with extending the footing, but there's areas where now we're at 90 feet, and the originally assessment said 40 feet. So now the geotech group with the consultant have to come back to look on how we're going to anchor those walls, and then more importantly, that abutment 1 footing. And that's going to be critical on the job because they're going to put a million pound crane to lift these girders to set them on the spans and so on. That's the critical path for the job. If that abutment and those retaining walls aren't there, we can't just come in and put a 1 million pound crane on dirt. You got to have it compacted because you can't have any settlement on those outriggers and that support. Right now, that's hopefully getting through their engineering group to come up with a design, but we're already looking at 45-day delay. That's as of yesterday. And time's clicking, and a lot of other things happen because you got to remember it's like a concert. And when you have these steel girders that are in Utah that are fabbed and waiting to come here, there's only a set amount of people and cranes that can set those, and if they don't meet that timeline, it's a cascading effect. So, a long answer, December of 2021.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have had multiple folks asking if the old bridge is going to be left there. I've heard yes, I've heard no, I've heard.
Not on this one, Charlotte.
No.
And we're taking the
And
old,
tell-
once the
tell
new
the
bridge is
folks
built.
why.
Well, because nobody's going to adopt it. Because the big part when we're scoping this, like on Queen Creek Bridge, they decided we're going to keep the old bridge because like Queen Creek Bridge, it's a single arch span. It's one of the few still big arch bridges. Well, when we went through our cost analysis on the Queen, that's just going to start in 2 years from now, they're going to keep the old bridge. So they're going to spend the several $1 million to rehab it and make it as new as possible. So it still has that 50-year life, 70-year life, and then we keep that historical part. But through that alternative analysis, when ADOT were building these bridges, we offer it to the county, to the city, to any historical group will take them, but they have to take the liability and the use of it. And just because you retire the bridge, you still have to have it inspected. So there's a big operating cost with keeping the bridge. That's why.
Ready?
Thank you, Mr. Harris, for your presentation, and some of the questions I had have already been answered, and you touched on a little bit, because we can't see it on the pictures. What does the base of these pillars look like? I know it's buried, but can you draw a picture of what it might look like?
Yeah, so on this bridge, it's actually interesting. They have one of the piers, the first one that was always poured, they actually have a spread footing. So they cut 12 feet into rock that's competent rock, and then they poured a big rebar cage, then they poured that with concrete. So that's actually on a footing. This project actually went back for another rebid because the other process, I've been on other bridge groups, you actually have a rock core, and you core into solid rock for so many X feet that the geotech engineer then that can support that load of surcharge weight of the bridge and the cargo and the transportation. And it's not just static loading, you're talking dynamic loading, which is logarithmically higher of stresses that go through those piers into that rock. So the pier 2, those are actually rock sockets that they drill into the rock, and then they set the cages and pour the rock. But that pier 1, it was actually a spread fitting. So those 2 columns tied into one spread footing. And there's different changes. Usually we're ADOT, we try to do what's most cost effective and efficient. So there are multiple ones. And I've been on bridges where they actually drilled rock sockets in the river or the creek actually flowing. So they'll put casing in, and then we dewater that, and they drill actually into the bedrock underneath the river or creek for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 feet. It all depends on the strength of that host rock. What do they count? If you encounter a clay seam or anything like a fault gouge, you don't want to put your bridge fouting on that because that may give way, which could damage the bridge. So it all depends.
So that would be, and I know we're going to go off subject here, but I traveled down to the Oracle area often, and so Winkleman is in a river.
Mm-hmm.
So could I expect that that's what's happening there?
Yeah, I believe so. That's handled out of our Safford district, but what I read is that they're not putting spread footings in, they're drilling down into bedrock.
Okay.
At the Winkleman Bridge project, and which is going on schedule and with time, and they've got the new bridge built, and now they're taking about the old bridge, and once that's done, then they could build the new bridge on top of it. So they're actually building a new bridge right over the footprint of the old bridge at the Gila River at the Winkleman there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Harry, you had a comment?
Yeah, Kurt, this bridge affects us so directly. The council was wanting to know if it would be possible for someone to have a tour of the bridge site.
We'll schedule a date and we'll make it happen. That goes to you, Steve Stratton, too.
So, and this is the type of project you won't see that often. So, if you get a chance to look at it, it's like some of the stuff we were if you get a chance to look at it, because I've been doing it for 40 years and I've only seen a couple.
Yeah, and behind this one is the Queen Creek Bridge project. They're at 30% design. I'm actively trying to work with them to try to do a lot of other improvements. That this is our time to shine, to try to help our maintenance crews and help the traveling public. Rock scaling, cutting back some of the rock. If they're going to go on there and drill and blast for those bridge abutments, well, we're trying to spread that scope out a little bit so they'll drill and blast to give us a little more shoulder. So if there's an accident, our maintenance guys have a little more room to move. We can move traffic around it. Rock fall, we can put boulders against the guardrail or the cliff wall to keep lanes of traffic open at all time. That's our big mission, and we're trying to do that because, and thank you to all the public, everybody out there being patient. We had this project that was dovetailed right behind with our Superior to the Top of the World paving job. We just got the ACFC, that's called the friction course, down. And so now it's striping, finishing up the guardrail. We're doing a couple of improvements. On that job, we're successful in doing these radar speed feedback signs, because our big issue is trying to get the truckers, or mostly the truckers, that are going from east to west, down gradient into Superior, that are going way beyond the posted speed limit there is 50. And if they're going too fast and they burn up their brakes, it's a traveling time bomb going through the town of Superior all the time. For our guys who are doing wrecks, for anybody maintenance, for anybody on that road, God help if you're riding a bike or a pedestrian in that canyon. It's the highest dangerous section in our whole southeast district is milepost 228, right there at the bridge, Queen Creek Bridge, where the runaway truck wreck is. In fact, we were successful in getting a crash cushion. It's meets all the current standard, called MASH, but you'll see it going in. It has rollers and it's collapsible, and the whole point is that guardrail end gets hit monthly, and it costs us about $38,000 to replace it, whether we get a damage report or not. So anyways, we're coming up with an idea to pull out so our maintenance guys, 2 of them, could use a winch, yank it out, set in more cushions, and go back on the way for hundreds of dollars, not tens of thousands of dollars. Things we're trying to do internally to save money, to get the road back open, and hopefully make it safe as we can for the motorists.
Jesse?
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I wonder if in Florence Junction you have a sign there, and it says the time that it'll take you to get to SR 188 and to Superior. If you could update that, or have somebody update it according to how long it would take you to get to Globe, with that bridge affecting us with economic development and moving forward.
Yeah, I can make that request. That's called a dynamic message board, and that's run through our Traffic Operations Center out of Phoenix, which is a whole different group. I'm in IDO, Infrastructure Design and Operations, Development and Operations. That's TSMO, Transportation, Safety, and Operations. But yeah, I can make that request that they can add Globe and Superior. They're supposed to, and it's supposed to cycle on and so on. Like they have the COVID, mask up, all these different signs. I'm glad you brought that up. I just had the conversation that we said, hey, it doesn't hurt to ask about why not we could put a smaller board right there on the west side of Queen Creek Tunnel. So if people, all those miners and all those truckers, if we got a rock fall or snowfall or the delays, we'd like to add another one to catch those miners that are coming off 177, just for that reason, to let them know it might be a while. If you're in a vehicle, pull over, turn around, take an alternative route, because the Devil's Canyon has such a high congestion and use that we found this summer. But good point, thank you.
Mike, any questions?
Yeah, I'm just curious, how big is the crew that's working on the bridge right now? How many?
All of Ames, because there's Ames as the prime, and they're the general contractor. Then they have tons of subs. We have our consultants, our inspectors, our people. So at the maximum time, I think there was 130 people out there, the concrete guys, concrete pumpers, tying rebar, and that was at that height that they were pouring Pier 1 and still building Pier 2. And then there'll still be a lot of people coming out when they set the girders, and then when they actually start pouring the deck, there's usually a lot of guys. It takes a lot of manpower to pour all that concrete, keep it moving, and finish up all the other work. But
So when they set the girders, that's when they're going to shut the road down completely?
no, that'll be open, because the old road end will be off main line.
Okay.
We'll shut the road in because right where on the east side, the two abutments overlap. And the reason is because both Queen Creek Bridge and this Pinto Creek Bridge is such a difficult design bridge, because you're talking about these horizontal curves and vertical curves. So you're coming off a hill and then you're having to put a super elevation on the bridge. Well, because of all the geometrics and the design, it ended up having a bust And you know, laws of physics still maintain you can't have two things occupy the same space at the same time. Well, they designed the bridge this way. So we're going to have to build a temporary one to get the abutment to, but we got to take that down, shut the old bridge, get the other, and move all the traffic on the abutments. And that's going to be 5 days once the bridge is set and we're ready to move the traffic on off the old bridge on the new bridge. And then it's, you know, several months that we got to take that bridge apart, and you can't just blow it up. They're going to break it up and drop it down in the canyon and haul it off. And then we got to do all that reclamation on our way out, taking away all the access roads to make it look as natural as possible. $22.5 million project.
How much?
$22.5 million, originally bid at 27. They went out to bid, got it 22.5. But right now we're like, oh no, is it going to cost us another $1 million just because of this depth of rock stuff and then the delays timed with it? So,
Fernando, you have any questions?
I do. I'm just curious, to demolish the old bridge, any idea what that's going to cost, ADA?
what's the cost for the specific demo?
Yes.
It's not it's far less than a building one. So it's, I don't know. I would, a rough guess would be, you know, less than $1 million, $500,000, $750,000. And most of that's going to be time and labor, because most of that still is hauled away and given to the contractor, who then takes it and recycles it and reuses it. So it's a renewable product, but it's the time and labor, and it's a specialty contractor coming in and doing that.
Okay. So if someone adopted that bridge, then somebody eligible adopted that bridge, then you would gladly hand it over.
Yeah, ADOT typically offers in our scoping document, we offer different groups, counties, cities. If works out that the bridge is adoptable, we allow other entities. I think in some places historical societies have done it, nature conservancies done it based on habitat and stuff like that. But they then have to be responsible for the bridge, anybody using it, and then again, they have to come in and contract out, usually with a consultant who comes in and does bridge inspections. And of
course, you're required to do any maintenance that was required, or close it down.
Right, so if like the seat pads rust or break out or bearings, you've got to replace those, and they're not cheap. You know, anything you do with bridge usually is scaffolding, and they've got these special machines that drive on the bridge that can reach all the way under down and articulate it, and they're not cheap to rent or use, but they're there.
So there's not a requirement that you have to turn it back to its natural state. It's just the preferred method, unless there's someone else out there that's eligible to adopt it.
Yeah, this is all on Tonto U.S. Forest Service. So part of our agreement to go in there and do this is we have to meet their conditions. Like the Army Corps of Engineers, since we're in Pinto Creek, we have to do all these special uses within the ordinary high water mark. We have setback criteria. There's the Arizona hedgehog cactus. Everybody out there has to be trained to identify them. They actually have cages to protect the ones so rocks don't land on them. We have to meet the whole NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act. This is a federal project, so we have to meet federal standards.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry, Kurt, I do have one question, and it's not a question, it's a request. It kind of piggybacks on what Jesse requested. In Superior, you have those overhead arms that the east side directs you to Hayden Winkleman, then the left side has Globe. Now you have one that's closer to Circle K on the west side, and you have an open slot there. You have the right side says going Hayden Winkleman, Kearney, that people know to get over there. Is there any possibility we could put a Globe sign on the left side to alert people to move over to the left as they get closer to the east end?
Sure, we'll take any suggestion. Put that in writing through Jerry or myself, and I just hand that over to Tismo, which is out of Tucson, and they look at it, the request and so on, and then they can put it in their budget and make it happen.
That'd be great.
If they request it. So yeah, we do that all the time. Speed studies, request signs. Yeah, that usually runs through a different agency out of department, but yeah, I'd be glad to do that request.
And it'd be a letter of request. We'd also be happy if it helps with your with your board meetings or whatever, if we go and make a presentation also, if that helps the process, we would be willing to do that also then.
Yeah, we'll be glad to. Remember, you got Steve Stratton here. He's
Yes.
chair of the State Transportation Board, and he's also here to help you all and do his job, which is trying to get what the motorist needs are in there through the public. The big issue is now, though, that ADOT, we're dying on the vine. The news should be out there. Our budget has increased. You mentioned you lost your employees. We used to be 3,000. We're like 1,200. The amount of, because of COVID, the lack of highway user revenue funds, which is the excess tax fee. So we're pulling back on everything. Positions are frozen. And, we're on this position of a steady retreat in the amount of resources we have in the past. And I implore you to tell all the people as well, there's cause and effect. The level of service has got to go down. We can't keep plowing all through the night. We just don't have enough guys. We can't pay overtime. They're reducing amount of materials with the brine, the salt, all these things that we used to do to keep the road open. And I'm telling people, because our legislature, who has the purse string, and our governor, you don't read any big press releases on how, we're doing Operation Lean, we're reducing the cost and not raising taxes, but there's a cost for that. You're not going to get the level of service. We just don't have the people, the equipment, the tools, the time, the money. Going right back into the Woodbury fire, the closure of the Apache Trail, that was really my big push, is like, why am I going to spend 10, 15 million, whether it's federal or state money, and if this summer, if we did have monsoons and then that road gets washed out, we got to wait till the burn fire scar heals at 70, 80%, then we're eligible and we can move forward. Still pushing with the flat project to pave from Roosevelt Dam to Apache Lake Marina. Knock on wood, I got them $8 million, which was half of their budget from 16 to 24, to make that project happen. Because my biggest concern for all of us was the feds, central federal lands, would take that money and go to Utah or Colorado. No, we need that here. We want to get that trail to save my budget, so we're not out there grading all the time, and hopefully get more revenue, people going to visit Apache Lake Marina. They're not going to be able to go through Fish Creek Hill for 3 to 4 or 5 years, whatever. It takes that long to get the Woodbury Scar to Hill. Now let's move over to the bushfire on the Matazels. I'm here to tell you right now, we had less than a 1-inch storm happened on just 3 weeks ago, and it blew over the top of the road in 3 spots. And we just spent $300,000 out of my maintenance budget, hopefully to get reimbursed, and we moved almost 25,000 cubic yards. That was just one little storm that NOAA, National Weather Service, didn't even pick up on their radar. So right now we're in a monsoon. Okay, the roads are all open. I'm here to tell everybody, we get any type of good precipitation with the amount of burn scar, the slope and size of those watersheds, we're probably going to use State Route 188. I will do everything I can to get our forces in there to get the road open, but it might be rocks and dirt and patch and all that to get it going for another big project. But when these big fires happen, the fire gets the news, it's not the flooding. And that's what's going to kill me and kill my budget and really hurt that. I don't have an option on State Route 188 like I do in the Apache Trail to close it. We're going to keep that road open. But letting our guys know, we're trying to clean all the culverts out. I'm working with Gila County to try to protect the people at Tonto Basin, Pumpkin Center, but everything looks bad. There's going to be, if they get enough flow, it's going to fill our culverts up. It's going to overtop the highway. Hopefully we don't lose the highway, but a lot of people living downstream need to evacuate. So I'm here right now telling you we had a conference call with the sheriffs, with Steve Sanders and Gila County. We're going to do everything I can to keep that road open, but it's not, I'm not here to tell you anything that I don't know, but it's going to be bad before it gets better.
You and I had talked once about restriping and out there by the yard, by Over Drive, extending that.
Yes.
Is there a mechanism we need to do?
No, other than thank you for bringing that. I forgot to mention that. I did get it out. The last email I saw was a month or so ago that they did go through their traffic design group and they're going to extend the striping as we send it, so it's not a passing wheel.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what I was heard, but we haven't seen it yet, so it's in the cycle. It's got to go through, and then it's through our striping.
issue.
Nope, you did everything, so we're good there.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Steve has been watching the presentation, Steve Stratton, and texting me. He wanted to let the council and the public know that he did make arrangements for the plaque from the old bridge to be brought forward to the Globe Historical Society. And so that will be captured, and that'll be here in Globe. He also highlighted the fact that the change in the footing, I think, saved $2 million in how they redid the footing. And so he was pretty happy about that. And then, Mayor, to your requests, the two requests about the signage and stuff, that he's been making those requests also. And so he's out there doing, working for us.
And I thank him for that. Yeah, I did talk to Steve about this, that also, that subject, and no, I appreciate that very much.
But yeah, he says, don't be afraid to, let Kurt know.
Yeah, let me know and all that. But I defer to Steve Stratton. He has a lot longer arm than I do within the same agency.
That's what we need to know then.
Yep, he's long in the tooth.
Thank you very much,
Yep,
Kurt. We
is that
appreciate
it?
the information. Thank you.
Yep, you got it. Thank you, guys. Be safe. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have presentation for an update and public outreach for the Upper Pinal Creek Bridge Project, Connie's Bridge, including McMillan Wash. Rick Powers.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to come here and talk to you about our smaller bridge project. It's not as massive as that, but I can tell you it's every important of a project for the city. We did do some research. We had a little background, and then we'll go through a presentation. We did have a public meeting that was held here a little less, about 3 weeks ago. We did get a lot of public feedback. We're taking all that feedback and we're analyzing that, and we will be putting together a report that will go to the council that summarizes all the findings and the questions that were asked, and also all the responses that were made to those citizens that made those requests and those questions. Also, I have with me tonight on the Zoom is Matt Truitt with EPS. He's our design consultant that's working on this. I'm going to go through the presentation that we basically went through at the public meeting in 10 minutes, I'm told. So I'll briefly go through that. I will say...
I heard about tasers. I heard your comment about tasers. Just saying.
Okay, I'll make sure I'm on time then. So I also will mention that we are going to have the open period for comments until August the 15th. So if you have comments, get them in tonight to us, or get them into the web address. I think Paul has that. You want to announce that at the web address, Paul?
Yeah, so you can email the comments directly to council@globeaz.gov. And that'll go into our regular email, and we'll pass those on to the group and to Rick. So that's just the word council@globeaz.gov. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So once we get all those comments in, we will be meeting on the 19th with the stakeholders, and we will be going over those comments. We'll be going over the preliminary plans, or not plans, but the concept that we have that we're going to present tonight. And the intent is, after that, we're presenting this tonight. So in the next council meeting, I believe we're going to come back and have a resolution to allow us to move forward in design based on feedback that we get from the stakeholders. So far, the feedback has been real positive on the project, especially the relocation of the intersection, which we'll get into. One other quick thing, there was a question at the meeting about the McMillan Wash drainage and McCormick Wash and the Pinal Creek. Matt's going to be addressing that at the end of the presentation. We did find an original report that Stan Gibson had provided us that was done in 1961. That was supposed to have been a channelization project. You're shaking your head there, so you're familiar with it. That was supposed to have been done, and it did call for the removal of the old bridge because of the pillars constricting the flow, and it also called for concrete channelization of the creek there. So that was documented, and a lot of that information I think Matt has been looking at as well on doing his analysis. So Matt, if you go to the next slide, we'll go through the presentation very quickly. Next slide there. Okay, this is just the process. I'm not going to go this in detail. It's on the website. Also, I'll mention that you can go on the Globe website. The presentation is on there, and the little handout is on there as well, which has this little process flow chart. You can look at it in detail there. But we're basically here for the public input part. The blue box there is what we're calling the scoping phase. So we haven't started design yet. We're still in the scoping phase. Now the scoping phase will determine what it is and where it is we want to do. We're recommending where we want to do the improvements. Once the council approves us to move forward into design, we'll move into that little gray box down there and do the final design, which is developing the plans, the specifications, the detailed drawings, addressing any problems that came up, any utility relocations that would occur. Those would be looked at that time. And then we'd be ready to put out documents through the city's procurement process to select a contractor through the open bidding process for construction. So the next slide. Well, we maybe have a slow internet connection here. This slide basically shows a summary of the different locations that we looked at for building the new bridge. We looked at, as you see there on the left, we look at downstream options. There were a lot of issues with that, a lot of extra cost. That was probably one of the most costly alternatives, was going that way. Also, you got into the railroad sidings and other issues there dealing with the railroad. So that was quickly eliminated. And then on the far right there, we looked at upstream options. The issue with that is the proximity of the railroad and the stream to each other. There's not a lot of space to get a bridge in there to do it properly. And in addition to that, there's a lot of private property that we would have to potentially cross there, and we don't have the budget to buy a lot of the new property or right of way for that. So that was eliminated. We also looked at what they were talking about before, building the bridge on the existing alignment. The reason that was rejected was we heard a lot of comments and complaints from the public and everybody else in the council in previous presentations over the years that intersection is very confusing, and there was a desire to replace that intersection. In addition to that, constructing it with the traffic going over there would be a nightmare. As you see down there, if you go down to Tucson in the Winkleman area, you'd have to, it would be a real challenge to do that. Not that it couldn't be done, but it would be a challenge for the local residents, the emergency vehicles, services, and others to do that. So we rejected that because we did have another alternative, which is the one we're presenting there, which is having it tie into the Hill Street. Go to the next one, please. The Hill Street solution does resolve a lot of the issues. So what we're showing here is what we are recommending to the council and to the public as the recommended alternative for the project. And it involves realigning Broad Street and Wallaman Road a little bit to get a little bit of visibility improvement. It squares up the intersection to a more conventional type of intersection that's expected by most of the drivers. It also, the bridge is on a curve, as you can see going around there. It also, the reason it's on a curve is to have it line up a little better with the intersection of Hill Street. Also, what we said at the public meeting was that the bridge where it sits now is about the only place it can go, and we barely got it in there. I think Jerry used the term, we were threading the needle, and indeed we did. We had to get through a bunch of utility lines, utility poles. We're going to have some utility relocations. That's just typical, but we've minimized those amounts of utility relocation in order to save the budget.
The hydraulics were 12 through 18.
Yeah, the hydraulics, I'll let Matt at the end go through the hydraulics, because I know there's going to be questions on that. So we've got a special thing dedicated just to that with him. We also provided, as you can see on the lower part of the screen there, a new access into the Connie store in the Reese Canyon area. We're going to leave everything past that dark black area as is, so we won't be disturbing that, so it will function drainage-wise and everything else more or less as it does today. The only difference would be taking the old bridge down. We would still leave the abutments up because, as Jerry pointed out, number one, it helps contain the channel flow, and there's parts of it that actually contain the flow coming down Reese Canyon. So that would stay in place. That's pretty much what we want to show there, and like I say, we want to present this for consideration to move forward. We also looked at the turning movements of trucks going in and out of there, and everything works properly and adequate for that. So the next one.
Before we move on, Rick, Freddie had a question.
Yeah, I do have a question.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could go back to the previous screen.
Okay.
So over where it says McMillan Wash, Hill Street, I see some white lines it appears like the old original pavement. What does that represent? And then you see it over on the other side of the street too.
On Hill Street there?
Yes.
That's the existing sidewalk, and to save money, save the budget, we're going to leave that existing sidewalk in place. So there will be some additional pavement there that we'll just cross-hatch in order to not have to remove that and move the sidewalk over. Also, there's a project that we have in the CAG tip that ties into that, a Hill Street improvement project, which would improve sidewalks in that area, tying into it as well, and also improving the pavement all the way up to the junction of Highway 60. So that's what that is.
So those white lines represent, obviously, I mean, it shows going from the sidewalk to the new pavement. Everything in between there is going to be old pavement or
Yes.
existing pavement?
Yes, we're trying to save as much of the existing pavement as we can to save budget.
Okay. What's going to keep drivers from just cutting that corner?
We'll put some cross-hatching striping on there, and, I mean, it's not going to hurt anything if they do, I guess. I mean, that's,
I'm just curious as to what it's going to do to the traffic flow right there.
Councilman Rios, remember this is a conceptual at this point. Our final designs aren't out there, but we believe that this area be cross-hatched, and if people drive across it, it's not going to matter because it's going to be on the inside of the curve. The only thing it will matter on is the striping will have to be redone more often. But it's conceptual. We still haven't come up, like Rick said, there's a tip project coming up in, 3 years?
more than that, like 7.
Oh, but it's coming up that if we see it's not working, we can always use that funding to redo it as well. So.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Mike?
I have a few questions.
Okay?
The trucks coming across the bridge and going up Reese Canyon, many of the residents are concerned about the delivery trucks that are going to be parking there at Connie's and the flow of traffic being compromised. So I know there was some talk about maybe on the side closest to the creek, it was going to be set up to where the trucks could pull off there and then unload across the street. Was that ever thought about or anything?
I think what Jerry said, that we're still in conceptual, and that'll be looked at in final design when we get more into turning radiuses. It was also pointed out that in the meeting, the public meeting that we had, is that there no longer will be traffic coming across the old bridge, so you won't have those conflicts in that area now because all the traffic will be shifted over onto the new alignment. So the only conflicts will be just the local traffic, so there'll be a lot more reduced traffic interaction in that area due to that fact.
Okay, so this is what we're talking about is up to 30% design. Some of my constituents want to know if this is the last time they can input suggestions, or can they do it later on in this process?
They can always do it later on in this process. As what we said is that that's the only place that we can get the bridge to fit in the most economical, safe, and efficient way and meet all the environmental requirements as well.
Okay, but I think they have some other concerns that they haven't shared yet, and they'll probably be submitting some more compliments.
So maybe I'll just do a just slight correction. We have public comments to the 15th.
Right.
And then after that, we will be coming back to council for approval. But we're not going to have design meetings for the public. It'll be stakeholders after that, unless the council decides they want something different. But if you do a redesign, it's fairly costly. So that's why we do this process up front.
Well, I don't think it's a whole redesign. I think it's just some concerns that they have that they would like to probably express. And I will get with you later on it. And we can.
Yeah, I would welcome those, that input, but I would hope that it would come at the beginning of the project.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll submit it before the 15th, but they're a little concerned that if this is the last one and construction doesn't start till next September, they think that's a lot of time where questions might come up, so.
Well, as they come up in design, we will address them through staff
Okay.
and through council, so,
All right,
okay?
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pastor, was the question about the pavement and the rebar or something?
Yeah, where you show the asphalt ending here, the new asphalt, there's some concerns about the asphalt and the cement, Reese Canyon Road, about some deterioration and rebar or wiring or something.
Is that where the red truck is right
Yeah,
now?
right about where that red truck is in that area, there's some deterioration on that cement pad. Has that been looked at?
It's a cement area that, as any other road in town could use some attention.
Okay.
And in the process of doing this, one of the places that we will use extra funds, if we had them, is in this area from where that pavement ends to Reese Canyon Road. So we just don't think we have the budget to go that far yet. So we'll see where we fall out.
All right, just so you're aware of it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Matt, if you go to the next slide,
One
unless there's any more
question before you-
questions.
Before you go to the next one, just a quick question. I understand it's a two-way stop, not a four-way stop there then?
That's correct.
Okay.
So,
is the
so
stop
traffic will
be-
go through, as Matt's showing there, traffic will continue to go free flow through there, straight or the left turn, and then the stop sign will be, and then on Hill Street will be a nonstop. You'd still have to stop to make the right turn off of Broad Street, and you'd have to stop to make the left-right turn off of Wallaman Road. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor?
Slide?
Oh, Fernando,
Fernando,
you
have
got
a question?
Sorry.
I do. Rick, I assume that the reason that Hill Street going through is not going to stop is due to traffic count, so it's based on some kind of data versus doing it on Broad Street?
Yes, yeah, consultant did a traffic analysis and a traffic report, and there's actually, real good news that came out of that, because originally we had anticipated that we might need a traffic signal there. And through the traffic analysis, they were able to come up with this concept that efficiently and effectively moves the traffic based on the turning movements and the flows and the volumes of traffic there, to do it efficiently and effectively without the use of traffic signalization there. Fortunately, we had that in the budget, and we're going to have to pay for some of the railroad crossing improvements, and that the money that we save for that will be diverted into paying for the new railroad crossing, which includes the crossing itself and the gates and the warning gates as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Charlene, do you have a question?
I do. I've had more than one or two people ask me, they watch these meetings and they say, why is the city paying for the railroads? I understand the railroad has had the right to be there for, the last 100 years, but maybe you can explain this to the folks that live here, because they don't get why the city has to pay for this.
So the railroad is requesting that we pay for it because the crossing that they currently have is perfectly good. We are the ones that are requesting that it move because our road is moving. So they, 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 requested that we pay for the design, that we pay for the right of entry, we pay for the construction. And they'll approve it,
And they can do that.
more or less, yeah. Yeah, so I understand their point that their railroad crossing right now doesn't cost them anymore, and that it is perfectly good from the railroad standpoint. You know, the tracks move through, they're just fine, and the traffic moves across them just fine. So that's kind of where we're at on that one. So I don't think there's any way around it. So Paul met with the railroad, and we did all we could.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Giles, the people that we're working with when we're talking about this are people out of California, out of Sacramento, out of LA, one person out of Phoenix. This is not our local group that we know and love and have such respect for, that operate as residents of Globe and partners with us. This is their construction process, and they're pretty hard line about, you asked for this, so you have to pay the freight. It's one of those things, and it's an expectation, and believe me, Jerry tried very hard to get them to budge, and if Jerry couldn't move them, I don't think anybody could. It's a cost of doing business. It's not inappropriate. It's just kind of awkward.
And it's not uncommon. I mean, I've done several projects with railroads, and if the entity is moving the road, it's not uncommon that this happens.
And we're seeking funding in other places too.
Yes.
For the railroad.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, and Jerry, you had mentioned that a stakeholders meeting rather than a residents meeting. Can you explain the difference between a stakeholder meeting and a regular public meeting?
Yeah, the difference between a public meeting and a stakeholder meeting. A stakeholder meeting are the people that are businesses, the local entities that are affected directly. So I know we got, I think Damelin is part of it. Steve Stratton obviously is part of it, as part of the ADOT board. The Downtown Association's invited. I think Besh is invited. So it's all the people that are out there, the Forest Service, Southwest Gas, all the utility companies, and those type of folks. And then we'll also be having, on top of that, we'll be having a separate utilities coordination meeting where we'll really get down to the nuts and bolts of things, because that's when we start looking at where to relocate the utilities and make everything fit. Like I said, what we're saying is that this is pretty much threading the needle, as Jerry says. This concept we're showing here, this is the best we can come up with the funds that are available. So does that answer the question?
Thank you.
Okay, then the next couple of slides I can go through real quickly. The next one it talks a little bit about the right-of-way. The only thing we want to say about that is that we're not anticipating any new right-of-way as part of this project. However, we will need to exchange some easements with the railroad. That's why another reason why the bridge is going to have to be removed and taken out, the existing bridge, is because we're exchanging that easement for the new easement. If we don't, they'll probably charge us for that as well. So that is the main point on that. Everything else we can get within the existing footprint of the roads, again, to save money and to be more cost efficient. So go ahead to the next one.
And the good part about this location is that the right-of-way is mostly owned by the railroad and the city.
Good point. And then the last thing, you were talking about with the public and getting input, and where we're really wanting and seeking input is on the treatment and the style and the look of the bridge. So we've thrown out a couple of concepts here that were pretty favorably received. We're not saying these are the only ones to be considered, but these were ones that we came up with that were kind of somewhat simplistic, that kind of promoted the railroad theme of the area. We really want to make this a nice, landmark project for the city. It's going to be, I think Paul or somebody mentioned, it's the gateway into the canyon area. So we really want to, that's where we're really seeking the public input is ideas and concepts to spruce up the bridge and make it look a lot better than just some normal concrete bridge that ADOT might build. So that's one of the things we're looking at is the railing, the abutment treatments, and that sort of thing. We also look at lighting, some sort of lighting that would be put on there as well. I failed to mention that the new bridge will include a sidewalk to accommodate pedestrians and bicycles. So that will be taken care of as well. And that's pretty much what we're looking for is additional input as we go along. And this can be handled, like Jerry said, as we do develop the plans. Right now, we just need the location pretty much tied down. That's what we're seeking now. That's what the concept portion of the project is, and that's what we're seeking at this point. So the next one, you ready to take over, Matt? I think the next one you were going to try to take over.
Rich, Charlene had a question.
Okay.
Can you go back to that last slide just for 1 second? So
Sure.
on the bottom picture, and this might be just how you're showing the, sides, but on the bottom picture, there's a pylon underneath, but that's not the construction of this bridge, or is that still up for consideration? It was my understanding it was going to be open, so the McMillan Wash, concerns, there would be nothing to catch debris.
Okay, we had the engineers develop two concepts. One was a single span concept, which is kind of shown on the top there, and they are recommending the one with the pier in the middle. The reason for that is cost. It adds quite a bit of the cost to the project because we have to go to a pre-stressed type of structure in order to span it. That doesn't mean we can't do that. It's just going to cost us a little more money.
So one other thing too is with the center pier, you're lessening the width on the deck itself because you don't need to span that far. When you have a clear span bridge, you have to increase the width of the deck. So it adds cost, but it also doesn't really give you that much in hydraulics. It's going to be about the same value because you're lessening the depth on the bridge deck itself. So the center obstruction, remember the old bridge is at a skew, so everything coming through there is catching. This is dead even with the wash, so it's coming through at a 90-degree angle. So, either one of them is permissible in this area.
So what is when you say it adds considerably to the cost, throw a number out there.
200,000. Probably 250,000, something like that.
To not have the pylon underneath.
To add the column underneath. No, it is less expensive to put the column underneath the center pier.
So if we have the center pier gone, it's going to add 200,000 to the
Yeah,
cost.
200 or 250.
Stress.
To the top design.
Yeah. And yeah.
Mayor,
Yeah, Fernando, go ahead.
if I may, Jerry, how much width does it add if you get rid of that center support?
How much width?
That's what he asked.
You mean depth of the pavement?
Didn't you say it would have to be built wider if it didn't have that center
No,
support?
it would be thinner. Their bridge deck would be thinner. If without that, your bridge deck might be as much as, what, 2.5 feet? 30 inches, something like that?
Oh, you're talking like the actual thickness of the
Yes.
of the road bed, not the.
And it would have a high tension cable going through it. They call it cable tensioning for that as well. So.
I was thinking you were going to add width to the lanes. And I'm like, well, adding width to the lanes might be okay.
No.
But you're talking about the depth of the floor, so you have to
depth
have
of the floor, yes.
thick. Okay, I get it.
So here's what happens, because you have to maintain a certain elevation coming off the railroad. You can't just hump up. So you have to keep that down. And so the thicker your pavement is, the less freeboard you have underneath that bridge. You see what I'm saying? In other words, you have this much. If you're going to lessen if you're going to lessen, or you're going to increase the pavement width or the deck width, it's going to decrease the amount that's clear span underneath. So, so that's why they're recommending this center pier. And yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we did do an analysis and a study on that, and it did come out the better way. And Charlene, thank you so much for that comment, because that's a great segue into what Matt has done. And Matt, are you ready to show your analysis? And he has some sketches. He's looked at the drainage, he's analyzed it, he's looked at the drainage areas and that sort of thing. So I've asked him to put together some exhibits that can show the council and the public what the impacts or what it looks like under those flow conditions. Are you ready, Matt? Yeah, he's modeled it several different ways, so we'll let him kind of explain that when he gets on. You got your sound working?
Can you hear me?
Some of the challenges of COVID, having to do this stuff remotely.
He's on mute.
Can you hear me?
He was.
Are you on mute, Matt?
I'm trying to unmute it there. Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, Matt, take it over.
Sure thing. Well, was asked to talk just a little bit about the hydraulics of the area. So one of the things that I wanted to show was just some of the conditions that we're operating under right now. The existing area per the FEMA floodplain that are out there is all underneath water. It's all underneath existing floodplains and floodway. The one target that we identified when we were looking at designs for this is we wanted to make sure that whatever we designed was below, that the water surface elevation would be below what FEMA identified as the base flood elevation for the area. And that elevation at the Hill Street alignment is about 35-41 feet. So we took a look at both the existing conditions to kind of see where the water surface elevation was, and we looked at it under proposed conditions as well. The top exhibit that we have here, if that's shown up on your screens, shows that the water surface elevation goes down and bumps up at the existing bridge and continues on down the road. With our proposed bridge in place, we're putting it in an area, obviously, that doesn't have a structure there today. So we want to make sure that the water surface elevation right at and after this proposed structure are at least equal to or lower than what the existing conditions would be. As we noted, the existing bridge does pass the 25-year storm with over a foot of freeboard underneath it, and that's something that I had reported incorrectly to Jerry previously, is that it struggled to meet those storm events. It does meet them under ideal conditions with no clogging. The proposed bridge will meet a design storm of 10 years with a foot of freeboard, and it will also pass a 25-year storm under the structure. What we have shown here, as you can see in red, this is that same water surface elevation under existing conditions. And in the proposed conditions, as we've modeled it, we are at the same water surface elevation that exists today. We have the perturbation around the structure itself, which is as expected. It's like a stone underwater, if you will. But on the downstream side of the bridge, and even down through this area, the water surface elevation actually goes down a bit. This can be attributed to the fact that in our bridge design, we are proposing to widen the bottom of the existing channel with this bridge structure through this stretch between the proposed bridge and the existing bridge, just to improve the hydraulics and keep the water surface elevation down. The other thing that I would point out, just as we've shown here, I illustrated that floodplain that existed from FEMA. That's what this orange line in this graphic captures. We wanted to illustrate that our modeling and our hydraulic model keep the water surface elevation below that FEMA floodplain. So that is another check for us that what is being proposed meets existing expectations there. I did want to point out, and this is something that Jerry was talking about just a little bit ago, we wanted to just compare and contrast what the river sees when it goes underneath the existing bridge and our proposed bridge. The existing bridge has rows of piers that are in line with the wash, but with expansions that were completed in the past, a second set of piers were constructed on that bridge that were offset from the alignment of the original piers. That's why to the river, the existing pier configuration almost acts like a trash rack and makes it very prone to capture larger debris or trees. Our proposed structure right here, as we wanted to illustrate, opens up much larger areas and reduces the likelihood that debris within the channel would be captured. So that's just the little cliff notes that I wanted to show on some of the hydraulic analysis that has taken place to date for these structures. And we'll just open it up to you if you have any further questions.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Fernando.
So you're going to get closer to the, I forget the name of it, is it McMillan Wash?
It is.
Okay, so how does that change the hydraulics of that bridge and what it needs to be able to handle? And what are your opinions as far as that center span? Is that, I just feel like the one time that I know of that Grove flooded was before my time. I think it was in the 50s. But the main reason that it flooded was because debris built up, created a dam, and then the creek overflowed its banks, and then it flooded out downtown. So wouldn't it be, is there like a percentage you could assign to the improvement by not having that versus having it, so that we could better judge whether $200,000 is well spent or not well spent?
Okay. So hydraulically, we'll have the same flow here that we would here. It's at the convergence. The center span itself, as we've proposed, is a solid structure through there. It will be designed to handle the proposed scour that will take place at this location as well, so it will survive the convergence of those two flows. We don't see it being an issue from that standpoint. If we are concerned about any debris or anything like that that might be coming down McMillan Wash, there are other structures upstream of this that have much larger, much smaller passages. They will, we wouldn't worry about large debris making its way through and impacting the bridge from this alignment. We have evaluated this and do think that the two span with one pier is a viable solution under these conditions.
So most of the risk of being a blockage would come from Canal Creek.
It would, yes.
And because it's a 90-degree angle, the likelihood of it catching is less?
I would say the reason why you have less risk of debris from McMillan Wash stems from the fact that you have 5-foot by 12-foot arch pipes that would filter it here. You've got smaller bridge box culverts that would filter it here. If there were debris to get obstructed here, you would likely see flows break out and flow over in this direction, similar to as the floodplain shows. Any obstructions in here, this McMillan Wash spreads out and flows wide through that area. So
I think
the concern of debris from that direction is less, but also the pier is designed, it's a solid pier. It's designed to withstand those types of events.
Yeah, so it should handle debris for the most part coming down Pinal Creek. Are there any other questions on?
Well, I would just say that is not having that center post a better chance that it won't block up?
As Jerry mentioned, I mean, you will free up more space in this direction, but the bridge deck itself, you know, you might widen it here with no obstructions, but this bridge deck would probably have to go down an extra foot or so. So instead of having 6.5 feet open, you might be left with, you know, 4.5 or 5 feet open. So you make this gap wider, but you make the vertical gap smaller. So it's kind of an exchange.
You're not increasing the flow, though.
No, both of them would have similar capacity.
And also, I think what they're trying to say too is that the flow coming down McMillan Wash is going to be controlled by the box culvert that's across Wallaman. It's going to slow stuff down, so it's not going to be as much of an impact as you're thinking if it was a wide open channel.
A single span and a dual span with one pier function the same hydraulically here.
Well, with the exception of the debris, you actually want the more clearance underneath that bridge, because the debris is going to cause you trouble if it hooks on the bridge. If you only have a 5-foot opening, the chances of that are a lot greater than they are if it's a 6.5-foot opening. It might be a smaller width, but it gives you more clear span through that bridge.
Okay.
Thank you. So, understanding what you're saying about McMillan Wash, would it be safe to say that if we did have a large volume of water coming down McMillan, that it would more than likely block at the box culverts rather than at the bridge, at the Pinto Creek Bridge?
Yes, I believe that's what their modeling is showing, that it would get drained there and then overspill onto Broad Street.
So the massive wall of water would never make it. It would overspill somewhere upstream.
It would contribute to the large breakouts that you see in the existing floodplains that are already there. If there's too much water, a lot of it will pass underneath that structure, but the volume that can't will just bubble up and percolate through the area.
The clear span here is a lot greater than coming through those corrugated metal pipes, or it's box culverts in it. Box culverts and also that railroad truss.
Yeah, I think there are 4 5x12 arch pipes underneath Broad Street. The railroad bridge probably has less capacity, but you know, it'll just all be blown over the top if it goes through there.
If you had trouble there with debris, Matt, it's probably be hung up on the railroad truss.
So I think what they're trying to say is between the culverts under the road and the railroad truss, that's going to dissipate a lot of the velocities and it should alleviate the concerns. I think your concerns are the velocities of it coming through there, and I think they're showing that will help mitigate that.
Yeah, these structures upstream in McMillan Wash meter the flow that can make it to this bridge.
Correct. That's what we're trying to say in a nutshell.
Yeah, Yeah, we'll be dealing in the neighborhoods instead of out on the road.
Right.
Any other questions or comments for Rick?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just real quick, we did do door hangers in the neighborhood last week about this meeting and pass out information about how they can call in, text in, email, and went around to the neighborhood. So we did do extensive outreach. Jerry, correct? I think, how many door hangers? About 40 plus?
We hung one on every door in the area.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I just wanted to let you know that we did do that and make one last check of the email.
Yeah, any comments on online or phone on the subject? No.
I did have a couple asking who the stakeholders were. And,
Oh, okay. That was answered. Great.
Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Yeah, Fernando, go ahead.
I noticed that you guys, when you made your presentation, you talked about a 25-year event. I'm really used to hearing more of a 100-year event. And I assume there's a reason why you do it a 25-year event. And has there been any analysis on a 100-year event?
So, when we design structures, typically we look at the roadway classifications that they are serving. That generally dictates what storm event we design for. A roadway of this size, a local arterial roadway, would warrant a 10-year storm event. We did look at a 100-year event, but as this exhibit illustrates, the whole area at this convergence of these two washes is underwater under a 100-year event. So one of the reasons why you might not worry about designing for a 100-year event is if you could, if you tried to span this, you would, you'd almost be creating, as Jerry mentioned, an island in the middle of this entire area that's submerged with that larger flow. So it just comes down to cost per the size of the facility. That's generally what drives what storm you design to.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess Jerry did get a question text or email to him about sound walls. And there again, this is beyond what we're here to discuss now. We were just looking at the preliminary alignment. That is something that will be evaluated as we get further. When you authorize us to go more into design, we'll get more into the weeds on that sort of thing. We'll look at it. Yeah, we'll look and see if they're warranted, but right now we just want to get concurrence on the alignment, and we would gladly take more input on everything, but we really need to get that alignment tied down and be able to move forward. So that's what we're here to do, and we appreciate your support. I've got a lot of positive feedback. I've got very little, I think maybe only one negative comment that I've received on this thing, so. Question?
Any question? Any other? Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Rick. And again, thank you for your presentation. Really good job. Is this going to change the floodplain at all, or no? The wash or?
No, that was the one design criteria that I was mentioning, that one of our checks for this, we look to see that we don't make it worse than it is under existing conditions, and we also look to make sure that the water surface elevation after the bridge goes in is at or below the water surface elevation that was identified as being the floodplain. So the current design that we have right here, this orange line represents where that water would be per the FEMA floodplain. And the blue shaded area is where our models show the water would be under our current design assumptions.
Okay.
And also we're removing obstructions by removing the other bridge, so your floodplain is really not affected.
Okay.
That, and we're widening the channel a bit in the vicinity of the bridge.
Thank you.
You got a comment, Shelley, or a question?
Yes, I do have a question from Lori, a resident. Did the engineer talk to any of the residents in the area?
I think the consultant, the design consultant, talked to some of the businesses. I'm not sure about residents. Yeah, we will be talking, I know they are planning to talk with the residents when we get more into design. Like, as I said, right now, we're just trying to get the alignment set. Once that's finalized, then we get more into the weeds of the details of dealing with the individual residents, because we don't know, until we know where we're going to put it, we really are getting ahead of ourselves to contacting a bunch of people and working with them. So I know that is on our schedule, and we plan on working with the residents. I know we're in close contact with Connie's. We've talked to the folks there, and they have not expressed any opposition, at least to me, for the alignment. So like I said, right now we just want to get approval on the alignment. Once you do that, and it's your decision, the council, to authorize us to move into the design phase, and we'll move out of the scoping phase, and then like you say, there'll be time for comments as we get more into the weeds on the design process.
So to the resident who asked that question, the immediate residents in that area are stakeholders. So they're welcome to come to the stakeholder meetings, and they're welcome to give their input at that point. The other residents who don't reside in that area, that's what these meetings are for. This is our second one. Their comments are due by the 15th. Our designers, as well as our stakeholders, will take all the comments that were submitted, and we will take them into consideration. So now's the time for those residents, and for the immediate residents, for the residents in that area, stay tuned for the stakeholders meeting. You'll get an invite to it as well.
That's a good point, Jerry. And Matt is aware of this. We added the properties, Connie's, and then I think, was it four properties to the south, Matt, I believe, that we added on as stakeholders. If you have your email address or something like that, if you can get that sent to us, we can get you on the list. Right now, all we have is your address and your name. So with the council and your help, if you get on that list, if you're one of those 4 parcels, and that's because of the headlights turning, as you go around the curve. Once those pass those 4 parcels, and it's basically on the regular alignment, and there'll be little impact to the current conditions. So we have added them on there, but we do need to have their input, and if Jerry can go around and put flyers on there and inform everybody, that would be all the better.
Any other questions on there with, none? Any other questions? I do have one question, one comment. So there is no more public hearings, it's just comment till August 15th. And only the reason because of that is because COVID, it makes it difficult for people really to comment in public. I don't know how we could even satisfy that, to have it where people could come in person to make comments. I know it's difficult for some people to be online and getting their questions answered. So I guess it's difficult times right now to get those comments from these residents.
And that's true. That's true. And as I said, we're trying to just get the location tied down at this point. Okay. That's big.
So just to be clear, the August 15th is for any residents who has a comment for this bridge and wants to incorporate those comments into the decisions for the design. Beyond that, anybody in that area, there'll be multiple stakeholder meetings. So we will be talking about utility locations. We'll be talking about how things impact the businesses and the residents in that area. So it's not the last opportunity residents that are impacted by this bridge will have. So I just think that's important, that these public meetings are for everybody in the city.
So how are the stakeholders going to know, though, that there's upcoming meetings? How
So
are
so
we?
any property impacted by the bridge itself will, if we don't have an email, we'll flyer the resident or we'll flyer the business. You know, we're pretty good about reaching out to people, and the utilities, we already have monthly meetings with them. And the businesses, we've like Domlin, 5D and so forth, we've been in constant contact with them, so. But even beyond, especially the first stakeholder meeting, we're going to invite the fire departments and the police departments and those people who have concerns about the construction, even though that traffic's not going to be impacted till we actually make the tie-ins. Okay? Is that 20 minutes?
That was,
It's actually 53 minutes, 30.
53 minutes.
Oh, I thought you said we each got 20 minutes.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay. Does that mean I'm done? I'm getting the surrender flags. Thank you.
just one last comment. I think you reminded us how valuable, I think that we take for granted the Mayor Stan Gibson, how important his knowledge is about our history of our city to produce a document from 1961 and stuff. It's amazing.
That was 60-some years ago.
Yeah, what he has up here is amazing. That
And this is in the city files down here, so it's, Jerry has it available for reviewing if you would like it, once I return it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a census update. Michelle?
10 minutes.
Rich stole your time.
I know, I'll talk really fast. I wanted to introduce our partnership specialist, James Hodges. He's graciously agreed to give us a little census update, and I just want like 2 minutes after he gets done. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. Hi, James, are you there? Oh, sorry, we can't, you're really far away.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I've shared my screen because I spoke with Michelle earlier, and you had some concerns about the Pioneer Hills and the Annex area of the city, because they have a Miami mailing address, but a low actual address. And between each decennial census, our geography department works with local municipalities, the county government, and the post office in order to build a database of addresses. And each address is geocoded. When the address is geocoded, that makes sure that we're not using the postal city name for the mailing address. So that each census tract or voting district or tribal area can be used in its own accurate census result.
Mr. Hodges,
So,
Mr. Hodges, I'm so sorry. I think I'm going to stop you. We're having trouble understanding you. Maybe we can set this up for the next council meeting, and I'll give a quick briefing.
Okay.
We're hearing you're cutting out about every other word. I am so sorry. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your time.
Okay.
You have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council and the mayor, I would like to give you a real quick census update. What Mr. Hodges was, one of the things I asked him to talk about is the areas in the annex and the Pioneer Hills subdivision. There's a lot of confusion because a lot of the citizens that live there have a physical address of Globe, Arizona, and a mailing address of Miami, Arizona. So what he confirmed to me, we had a little meeting with another census partner for the county, Paul Walterbeek, And Mr. Hodges, I expressed my concern because that was brought up by a citizen, and he said that even if when the census takers go on site to talk to the people in these in those areas, even if they tell the census worker, you know, I live in Miami because my mailing address is Miami, when it's on a GPS on their tablet, and when they put the address in that way, it does go to Globe. So those people will be counted as Globe, even if they verbally give the wrong information. It's already in their tablet as the City of Globe, and they will be counted as Globe citizens. So he confirmed that with me when we spoke a couple weeks ago, and I wanted him to come here and reiterate that here to you today. So he had the map up and he was going over it, and we just couldn't hear him very well. So the census right now, Gila County is at 39.1% for self-response rate. Globe is at 53.1%. So we really need to get our percentages up, 46.9%. We would like 100. I mean, if someone says that if you do this thing, we'll give you $1, you don't want to just take 50 cents. We don't want just half of the dollar. We want the whole dollar. So this is up to all of our citizens to make sure they do the census. One of the things that I noticed when you go to, one of the ways that you can do the census, you can go online to www.my2020census.gov. When you get to that page, you push the button that says respond, and then it asks you for your 12-digit census ID. Well, quite frankly, nobody knows their 12-digit census ID because it came on the paperwork. So if they didn't mail it in, nobody's going to have that paper anymore. There's a little line underneath here that says, if you do not have your census ID, click here. So if anybody expresses concern to you about, I don't have my ID, I can't do my census online, they just have to go right below the big button and click on the thing that says, if you do not have your census ID, click here. So I had a little booth near the voting stations because I figured everybody in Globe was coming to vote. And I didn't get a lot of people to sign up, but I got 8 people. So that doesn't sound like I did a very good job. But that brings, over 10 years, that brings $240,000 to our community. So I was really excited about, and a lot of people stopped to tell me that they did do the census. So they're, the same people that are voting, I think, are the same people that are active in our community and are doing the census. What I wanted to ask everybody here today, because it is a 2020 census, I wanted to see if everybody here could ask 20 people over 20 days to do their census. So over a 20-day period, ask one person each day until you hit 20. And if everybody reached out, and if those 20 people asked 20 people, and those 20 people asked 20 people, we could get our numbers up. We don't have much time. We have till the end of September. If you don't do it by then, you don't get to do the census again for 10 years. So we really have to get our numbers up. And I would just say, do what I do. My friends did the census because they wanted me to stop asking them if they did the census. So if you just bug them to death, maybe they'll do that. Thank you for your time, and don't forget to ask everybody to do their census. Any questions?
Comments for Michelle?
Yes.
Mike, go ahead.
I've had some constituents that live up in Vertical Heights that they haven't been reached, or no mailings or anything.
Okay.
So what can I tell?
Oh, you know what? I have a number.
You answered the question already, but I just want to.
Yeah, and there's a phone number too. I'm glad you asked that. So it's 844-330-2020. So you don't even have to go to, if you're not comfortable doing it online, you can go to 844-330-2020, and that is a number where you can call and do your census. So if you missed the boat with the mailing, now you can do the www.my2020census.gov or the 844-330-2020, and that's a live person that will walk you through it. And of course, they're busy right now because people are realizing, they need to do it. And I think there's an option where you can leave your number and they'll call you back to complete it. I know that Linda has been going to the farmer's market, and she's been really successful getting people to sign up at the farmer's market. So every time she's gone, she's been doing 8 to 10 people getting that done. And you know, that she's just amazing to be a team player like that and getting those people to do that. So anybody that you guys can talk into doing it, it would really help us. And we got hit hard by not being able to do some of our events because of the COVID issues. And so anything that we can do to get our numbers up, I'd appreciate your help.
Okay, Thank you.
Michelle, that 53%, is that pretty standard, or we only have to judge it from 10 years ago? Are we in line, or are we behind, or do we even know?
I think Arizona is at 60 and we're at 53.1, so I feel like we're a little bit behind even for the state. I think the country is a little bit higher than that. I think they're at like 65. But I think this is self-response, so I don't know what the numbers will do once they add in the numbers of the people that are getting that are doing it with the census workers that are hitting the street. But I think it's just so easy to do. It doesn't take that long. The questions aren't hard, and it's up to $3,000 per person per year for 10 years. So just one person doing it is $30,000 that you can bring back to our community. It does for the it works for the free lunch programs. It works for streets, roads, hospitals, fire, police. You know, it just helps all of our. And then another thing that the census that Mr. Hodges had expressed to me, some of the money is directed towards your city. It depends on what program you're talking about, but sometimes it's directed toward your city. Sometimes it's directed to you by the county numbers. So our overall county numbers are only at 39.1%. So if there's a program, like I don't really know, I don't want to speak incorrectly, but say libraries, if libraries are countywide, they're only getting 39.1% of the funding for that program. And then the city will be getting, we only have 53.1% of the city of Globe that our money is coming. So it's a big impact for our community if we do our census.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Michelle, at some point they'll start going out knocking on doors to finalize the count and do their count of people that haven't responded. Do we know when that will start, and just talk about the fact they'll have big badges and clipboards and they'll be really easy to identify. But will we get a warning? Are they out now, or will they be out soon?
I believe they're out now, and I think it's a little bit different because of the social distancing. I think before, where they would talk to you and interact with you, I think they're just leaving literature at your door, and that is probably a question that I can get Mr. Hodges to answer for next time. But
He just put on the screen, I just saw that they started door knocking on Thursday in Arizona.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Oh, in Arizona, okay.
Yeah. Thank you,
And,
Shirley.
and so I know that they're probably a little bit behind in Globe on the how they roll it out, but just so everybody knows, there will be people out there walking around, and they're doing good work to help the city. So we want to respond to them.
I just have one comment I'm sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
I just had a comment. I just wanted to thank Michelle and staff for all their efforts with census. It is a big impact for our city, so I agree.
You're welcome. The county, all the people in the county, there's our census complete count committee. There was a whole committee, and everybody is really committed to working on it. It was in the works probably, for a year and a half before we started, before the census started. So it's a group effort, and I really want our numbers to go up.
And that's a comment I
Mayor?
Go ahead, Fernando.
I just want to make a point. A lot of people that I've talked to think that they're only responsible for reporting to people who are actually their family members who live in their household, but it's not. If it's your residents, and they're only going to send one notice to your residents. So if you have a guest house and you have two people renting out your guest house, you need to be the one that counts those two people living in that guest house. And if you're not, then we're missing some of that count. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you so much. That's such a good point. And also, if you're helping out a family member, if someone lost their job and is living with you, or friend or family, and they're living with you, you would count them also. That's a very good point, Fernando. Thank you, Mr. Shipley. I appreciate that.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, and thank you to Mr. Hodges for hanging on, learning a lot about bridges, and being there for us, at least to answer our questions. We'll work on the technology.
Did you guys see the other comment he just put on?
What was that?
It said that you start counting who's in your household from April the 1st.
If you lived there April the 1st.
From April the 1st on, you count that person.
Okay, and this is a good point that Councilman Giles made, because one of the people that I counted at the voting booth was grandparents that have had their grandchildren since the COVID started, because their child, their daughter is working, and the kids are stuck in the apartment all day. So they brought the kids to Globe. They've had them since late February, early March, and now they're booting up. They're going to homeschool, or do the online learning with the children. So those kids have been there the whole time. So they were there on April 1st. So they were able to count those kids in their census. So especially right now, if there's different circumstances and you have somebody at your house that you didn't have before, you would count them.
And yeah, just my final comment, I want to thank you, Michelle. I know we have a lot of conversations about census, but I know that you're part of the Complete Count Committee, and you took on the responsibility as representative of the city to get census going besides what you already do. So really, you've been creative in trying to get the message out there. Thank you for that. Okay.
Yeah, and if anybody has access to any groups that they can appeal to, the little ATV group that Johnny Holmes and his wife run, or kind of spearhead, they've agreed to ask all their ATV riders if they would do their census, and she's gotten a lot of people to respond, either that they have done it or they will do it. So if anybody has any access to any groups, just encourage them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have our consent calendar. And matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to consideration of the consent agenda, the mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to remove a public hearing item for separate consideration. Members of the council and/or staff may remove any item for separate consideration. So item A, we have consideration of waiver of section 2-4-10A prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. We have accounts payable, $270,341.01. Consideration of approval of council minutes, April 21st, 2020, special meeting minutes, April 28th, 2020, council meeting minutes. We have consideration of agreements and purchases less than $25,000. We have consideration to approve the fiscal year 2019-2020 fourth quarter distribution bed tax funds in the amount of $4,609.95 to the Gila County Historical Society from account number 10-51-51925, General Fund Community Organization Bed Tax. We have consideration to appoint Kathy Ryan to the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. We have consideration to appoint Ashley Olmsted to the Arts Advisory Commission. And finally, we have consideration to designate funds donated to the City of Globe by the Iglesia de Cristo Church of Christ for community needs to the Globe Food Bank in the amount of $3,000 funded from account number 10-50-51280 Community Action. Do we have anybody from the public, from the staff, or council that would like to remove any item? I would request to just remove F just for a quick explanation on that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other comments or questions, I make a motion that we remove item F for further discussion and move forward with the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of our consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. And the reason I removed item F is I think my initial request was for 2,000, not 3,000, and the money to be used, right now they have a project where they had to have more storage room, and they're building an external building from the food bank, and the cost of that is $27,000. And what they're doing is they're going out for donations because they're paying it from their account, so that's taking away from purchasing food for the food bank. So by going out for donations to cover the $27,000 cost, it'll keep that money back in there for our community and the food. So the United Fund has agreed to match dollar for dollar, so a $2,000 donation will turn our donation into $4,000 for the food bank. And that's why I'd requested that.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, that was my mistake in putting the amount at 3,000. It should have been 2,000. So if you do vote on this, I would recommend you, A, make the stipulation that it's an amount of 2,000 and waive the rule so we can get that donation out.
Yeah, and the other thing that we need to do with a donation, we need to specify that it's for the building project itself, so we get that dollar for dollar match from United Fund.
Okay.
I move we, as presented, the 2,000 with the.
Waive the rule.
regulations. Yeah, waive the rule.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the $2,000 donation to the food bank. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you.
And we'll make sure we get the match that applies.
Okay. We go to new business. First, we have discussion and consideration of Resolution 1817, a resolution to abandon a portion of city right-of-way located on the 300 block of 7th Street. And Shelley, can you read Resolution 1817?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
It's in Spanish.
Yeah.
That's what, we hesitated on going on.
Shelley, and pull that mic real close because it's like a mile away.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, resolution number 1817, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Globe, county of Gila, state of Arizona, abandoning a portion of the right-of-way generally located on the 300 block of South 7th Street. Is council pleased with the reading?
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is a right-of-way abandonment for what was known as 8th to Mr. James Sullivan. His neighbor, Mr. Mercer, had included an email. He is working on some additional, to abandon the right-of-way, you need to do a survey and put in a legal description. They are both doing surveys on their own, and Mr. Mercer had asked that we hold on approving the first right-of-way until his survey is done, and the city can look at that just to make sure there are no conflicts or anything like that. Sometimes two people doing the same, surveys or surveys in Globe, and we'd like to make sure. I think it's a reasonable request. Besides, we want to do a first read and a final read, so this really doesn't slow it down. I think that he's already had a survey done, just waiting for the results, Mr. Mercer, and so we'll have those very soon.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to table this.
So you got a motion to table this item?
Table till next
To-
meeting should be.
Table until we can have time to evaluate the Mr. Mercer's survey.
Survey.
Yeah, which hopefully be 2 weeks.
Jesse?
I'd second that motion, being that this is in my district. I've talked to both of the individuals, and I agree this needs to be tabled until we can look at both of the surveys.
Right.
We have a motion and a second to table item 5A. Is there any further discussion? Just to clarify, though, this will count as a first read?
Yes,
then?
this
So
will
it'll come
count
back
as-
when they resolve that as an action item then?
Just having 2 times on the agenda, and no matter what the outcome.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Item B, discussion and review of amendment number 4 to contract number 019-0248 with the Pinal-Gila County, Gila Council for Senior Citizen to extend the term of the contract from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I know Jeannie's watching at home. I think this is our standard acceptance from Pinal-Gila. But if you have any questions, she can either text me or I think, Danny, is she lined up on Zoom? Okay, so she is going to appear. Well, somewhat appear. Chime
If
in.
there's no questions or concerns, I move that we make a motion that we accept as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and on discussion, is there any questions for
I
Jimmy,
think,
or is she not on there?
we do this every year. We're very grateful to Pinal-Gila for their help. We couldn't do this without them, and we're so appreciative, and this is the technically accepting that money. So, so I think that's the important things to be said about this.
There's no reason to waive the rules, and we're moving this forward to the next meeting?
Yeah, we'll be waving it forward and moving forward to the next meeting.
Okay, I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. So we go to our action items, and item A is consideration and possible approval of the notice of intent to increase water and wastewater rates and fees and authorize staff to post statutory requirements. Jerry and Jody, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is just what it says. This is consideration and approval to post the notice of intent to raise fees. It has to be posted for 60 days. We'll bring it back October 27th, I believe. And then we'll have a public meeting and be able to proceed from there. But by statute, it has to be posted for 60 days. And that's what this is about.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is both for water fees and trash fees.
No, you have a separate item, Paul.
Is that
Trash is next.
okay?
This is for water and wastewater.
Oh, we separate them out. Okay, but I guess the one thing I did want to say is none of these are going to take effect till January. Is that correct? I mean, this will be on the time schedule to get a January start date.
Yeah, that was on discussion to delay that because of the COVID then. We didn't want anything to affect this year anyway.
So we wanted this notice of intent to go out because we will be approaching WIFA for a loan grant. And we want that on record through the council that you've approved the notice of intent.
Question?
Mayor, can
Go ahead, Fernando.
so one of the I also serve on the WIFA board for the state, and we finance potable water, stormwater, and wastewater. So any projects that fall under that bailiwick can be approached to WIFA for funding. It used to be that just municipalities and governments could do that, but now private companies can also do that. But one of the things that they look at to determine whether or not how much of your loan is forgivable is based on your ability to pay. So by us increasing this, it would actually minimize the amount of money that we're going to have to pay for a project because it's going to show them that we're financially sound. If we're financially sound, we get a bigger discount. And so they will forgive more of any of our projects. I had a friend of mine who contacted me and said, don't raise it. And I'm like, but by raising it is the only way I can actually save you money, because we'll be able to demonstrate to WIFA that we have the capacity to pay it back without putting their finances at risk. And so I know that it does feel like an increase because it will be an increase, but it will save us money in our projects as we go forward. So I just want to share that.
Any other comments, questions? And Paul, this is a 5% increase that we're talking about.
Right now, that is what council is moving forward with, is that 5%. This is independent of that rate. It shows we will increase them, but what we will bring forward in the public hearings is that 5% as stated in the staff report.
And also, I just want to say that, you know, with Fernando serving on that WIFA board, it's valuable to our city. You know, it's extra time for him and everything, but it really paid, you know, dividends to us. I know Mayor Gibson served on it and asked Fernando to serve on it. I think it's very important that we have people on those type of boards in the state because it comes back to help us in the end.
Especially this one.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no other questions or comments, I move to approve the notice of intent to increase water and wastewater rates and fees and authorize staff to post on the city's website and in the local newspaper as required by statute.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of posting of the water and wastewater rate increase. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you. Item B, we have consideration and possible approval of the notice of intent to increase garbage and recycle rates and fees and authorize staff to post statutory requirements. Jerry?
Mayor and council, ditto. Same thing, we need to post for 60 days, and then we'll bring it back on October 27th for a public hearing. But we do need to get it posted. So that's what the agenda item is tonight.
And
This will also be deferred till January of 2021.
yes, correct, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and this is, like I say, this is hitting a hard timeline. We will, by starting now, we will make it and get it finished in January 1st. If we hadn't done it tonight, it may have gone further in. Just on a side note, we had talked last about our discussions with our current provider, RAD. Did have a successful meeting this morning and got the commitments that we had looking for, and so we're looking to put together a contract to reflect that. So everything's on track with that, and we'll be bringing that back very soon too.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Paul, if you could explain to the people why we're going to be increasing these rates, like.
So, we have had RAD for 8 years right now, and they have, over that time, they've had less than $1 total raise in rates. We have benefited by locking into a long-term contract when things are changing a lot, recycling is changing. We have a contract that allows for a maximum 4% per year based on an indicator of trash costs. So it's like it's an adjuster just in their costs. And so by locking that in, even if that indicator, that 4% a year happens, it still reflects less than $3 over 4 to 5 years that we would have to pay for increased trash, compared to what Copper State is charging now, compared to what we've seen with Republic and Waste Management. This is a very good deal for the residents of Globe to maintain this traditional contract with RAD. They've done great work in solving some of the problems we saw earlier than past 6 months ago and a year ago, and they have consistency with the drivers. Training a driver for Globe is a tough deal, but they have 3 trained, and so I think the service problem's been ironed out. The communication, they're very responsive, and they do it, and they're doing it for a very good price. And even with COVID now, they're hauling 20% more because all the takeout.
And if I could follow up, Mayor.
Go ahead.
It says here that we're going to be increasing the recycle rates, but we're not doing recycle, so it would just be trash rates.
It would be just trash rate. What we're going to do when what we've found out is there's 2 things. We're increasing solid trash collection costs. We're not breaking it out to recycle and non-recycle. We're not naming the company because we use 2 companies with this. So this is the rate that we're going to be charging the residents. The rate that RAD charges us is what we work back and forth with. That rate may go up smaller increments over time. We're trying to smooth this out, so we do a rate increase now and then see how far we can get into the years. We're hoping, worst case scenario, we don't see another rate increase for 2 years. Best case scenario, we can take this rate and hold it for 5 years if the things go well. So we have some flexibility where we can subsidize the spikes in the rate, and so we're breaking this out, but this is the rate that we're charging the residents, and then we deal with RAD on what they charge us, and Copper State.
And Paul, in the worst case scenario then, if in the 5-year contract, in our report, it says 8%, what does that equate to in 5 years?
In 5 years, about, I think, $2.80 for the per unit or per house per month, and that's still for 2 cans. So that's good.
Charlie?
Well, I just think what's really important for our residents to know is that we don't have any other options. I am not in favor of raising rates on anything. But my goodness, we can't, Waste Management and Republic won't even bid.
Yeah.
They
Well,
came up here, they looked at the terrain and looked at the community and said, no, we'll lose money, we're not gonna bid.
yeah.
And we did Jerry's department did a presentation for us on what it would cost to get the city back. A lot of people want the city back. They want the city doing the garbage contract, and I'm not opposed to that, but I believe it was almost $8 a month more, or something close to that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big increase to folks.
Yeah, I will tell you, RAD is,
We really have no other options.
no. RAD was very helpful, and they won our business. They want to work well with us, make us happy, and we've been working with them. Communication's much better, and so we're happy to continue this arrangement and continue the very reasonable deal in cost for our residents. And so we think of them as part of that Globe family for what they're doing for us. And
Mr. Mayor,
Mike?
just a comment. We're going to hear a lot from the residents about this because they're not going to, all they're seeing is a rate increase, and we should be prepared.
Yes.
I would like to get, a breakdown of how much it's going to cost, how much they're paying now in relation to how much they're going to, that kind of information. So when they do come to the public meeting or they do question us during the public meeting, right now we're just approving intent.
Right.
We haven't raised it
No.
today.
there still will be a whole public input. That's why we have the 60-day notification, so everybody's aware that we're talking about this, and we'll have a more descriptive. This is a preliminary, but it's good to have this conversation so everybody knows what council's facing and what we're trying to accomplish. But no, that as part of that hearing, that's why it takes 6 months to raise rates. Make sure that everybody hears about it. But again, I think you can make a message that this is the best option, even though the prices are going up. The best option for Globe.
It's just as long as we educate them, we
Yep.
probably will calm a lot of the
Yeah.
feelings out there.
Mike?
Mayor, can I?
I got Mike and then Fernando, hold on. Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, I just want to reiterate what we discussed about 4 weeks ago, the 5-year contract. If we have an opportunity to grasp that contract,
Yes.
I think we really should do that.
Yes.
If RAD is willing to do that. They've had problems in the past. They cleaned up their
Yeah.
act. They're doing a good job. Nobody wants to bid against them. So I think if they're willing to lock in
Yes.
contract, I think we'd be foolish not to entertain that.
No, and what we will do is we'll do a second addendum to the current contract, because the current contract was locked in with 2 additional 5s. And so we pigtail off of that. We loop in the first addendum, which had the changes in the recycling, the changes in the cap of the 4%. In this addendum, I think the only change is the 180-day courtesy out. That if we do decide to go our extra ways, we give each other 6 months of time, so we have time to it's just a more best practice within the industry to have a 6-month out than a 60-day out. They've agreed to that, and I think one small change that we talked about on reverse pickups, but we'll move that forward and get that here as soon as we can get it through the attorneys.
Thank you. Fernando, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out a couple things just for full disclosure. I was on the council when we selected right-of-way disposal to do the services for the city. And at that time, I believe they were charging $15 for chassis service and then an additional $4 to do the recycling. And so we wanted to do recycling at that time. So Waste Management was not able to do it. They came at the same price for garbage. So I just feel like it's fair to let people know that, yes, you were paying $19 to have that extra can to recycle. Recycling, the market is basically fallen out of it, so there's no money in recycling, and they're losing money by recycling. So we basically gave right-of-way disposal an opportunity to just forget that for the moment. But when you do factor that in, the cost rates increase, we are paying that extra, still paying that $4, and they're not recycling, but they are processing that material, which now has to go to a landfill, which also costs them money. The idea before was that recycle actually generated a revenue. It's no longer generating revenue, and so I just want them to know that I still think it's a really good deal for the citizens of Globe at this point. They're our best option.
Any other questions, Connie?
Just,
Jesse?
while we're talking about trash, I just wanted to see if you had an update on Recyclops, or if that was still an
You know,
option, or
on Recyclops, they never got enough signups to start the service, and I think the link is still up there, but I think we need like 200, but I think we got like 150, but I think we got less than 20. And so, unfortunately, that didn't happen. We still have in the First Amendment, if the value of recycling comes back up, we can go back to recycling. So we haven't totally given it up, but we got to get back to the numbers we had before. And I'd say, well, it never happened, but I'm done with predicting the future. I'm still waiting for the locusts. So I appreciate this good conversation, and like I say, they were very happy to hear that we're going to council's desire to continue the relationship.
no other questions or comments, Mayor, I motion to approve the notice of intent to increase garbage and recycle rates. Scratch that, garbage and fees, to authorize city staff to post the required notice for 60 days on the city's website and the local newspaper.
Second?
We have a motion and a second for approval of notice of intent. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Sorry, Jody, that wasn't a ditto.
So item C, we have consideration and possible approval of WIFA debt authorization resolution number 1818, required by WIFA to apply for a WIFA loan grant in the amount of $4 million?
Yes, the authorization's for $4 million.
$4 million. And Shelley, can you read resolution 1818, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 1818, a resolution of the City of Globe of Gila County, Arizona, to authorize the application for a wastewater project loan from the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority of Arizona. Is council pleased with the reading?
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we're asking tonight that that council pass a debt authorization resolution for $4 million. Our deadline to file for the for the WIFA submittal for October is on the 21st of this month. So we've already actually started on that. We have a strategy on this, although staff and including the city manager, we've gotten together. We've decided to maximize the forgivable. We wanted to go for half of this in the first loan, but the debt authorization resolution will still be covered in both loans. So it's just one resolution. It'll be good for until we use that amount of money. But we would only go to WIFA probably for $2 million the first round. And that gives us a year to spend that money, or actually gives us more time than that, but we don't think we can spend it within that time. So in fact, the first projects probably couldn't go out to the 1st of January. So, it's just a strategy to maximize the maximum. I actually was on a phone call with Councilman Shipley and getting his advice on it as well. And I think we all agree this is the right thing for the city to do. Would you agree, Councilman Shipley?
I would. I think that they did it in a very conservative way. They prioritized things for the first phase and then second phase. They also built in a cushion in the first phase by us showing that we're financially solvent and doing well by our intent to increase rates this next time. It'll actually increase our forgivable amount that WIFA will basically let us have. So I just think that they're really approaching it in a strategic way and doing a really good job.
So, and just so you know, this is a resolution for debt authorization. It doesn't mean we're signing anything at this point. Anything else would have to come back, but we need this resolution in order to apply. They will not accept our application without it. So, and yes, we could apply, or we could send one for $2 million, but then we turn around and do the same thing for next year. and have to go through all the financial stuff again. So why not do it, get it out of the way, and we only have to borrow as much as what council authorized us to borrow. And then if the forgivable comes back and council is not happy with it, you don't have to take it. I mean, we can turn it down. So, you know, I just want it to be real clear that this isn't a one and done thing. Multiple times we'll come back to council on this.
Shirley?
So this is directly pertaining to this handout you gave us?
Well, this is our, since we did the agenda item, which is part of the backup and attachment, we've come up with this new strategy after talking to Councilman Shipley and Paul, and we decided to break it down into two areas. We get points for taking septics off of the system. So we had two large projects like that, one at the community center, then the other on Yuma Street. So we put those in separate years. That doesn't mean that has to be a project that the council pushes forward. That's just what we're telling WIFA, that how we would like to spend the money. Every project on that list that you have in front of you will have to come back to council for approval. We will not go out to advertise without your approval. So we you know, this is not our list of everything we're going to do. This is our proposal to you of what could be done.
So my other question was, number 4 says common line elimination project, $675,000. But then it says about the sewer study. When I'm reading this, I'm thinking, so correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking that we're going to get every common line eliminated and fixed onto its own designated line for this $675,000.
Absolutely not.
Okay, I'm thinking that was way too good to be true. I know. I'm thinking
absolutely not. But
$675,000.
But what it does do, the first couple on that original list is the study. The study is where we actually will video our sewer lines and identify what capacity that line has, the connections that it has, the condition that it's in. And so we'll be able to go forward and have a plan on which lines to replace, where our common lines tie in, because we don't know that right now. We just came up with a new one today. So, this is something that we hope the $675,000 will take us a long way into setting up this program. It's you know, it's better than $60,000 out of our budget every year.
Right. But so you have the sewer study as $380,000, and then several line items down, the common line elimination project is $675,000. So give me your best guess. You think we can get half of them for $675,000?
Well, probably a third, maybe. Maybe a third.
The public needs to know that. They don't realize.
Remember, some are going to be a lot more expensive than others. So, but what we have done is staff has put together a way for people to apply for abatement on those common lines. So, a two-house common line that's going to cost $150,000 may not be as practical as a 5-house that's only going to cost $25,000. You know, we're going to have to really look at each one individually, and one, look at safety, 2, look at cost, and 3, look at the benefit of to the city. I mean, are we going to abate this common line and then change our other line 2 years later? That's crazy. So we're going to look at that as well. So one of the things that the council tasked us with doing in the strategic retreat was to account for our infrastructure. This is one way we can do that, and when we get it on the GIS, we have a better understanding.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor. Jerry, does this study include G Hill? We've had issues up there for quite some time.
The sewer study includes the whole city.
The whole city.
Yes, so we will get a good program going for that. But there's going to be money left over, so we might want to depending on how much more we need, we might want to throw that in to finish the sewer study. Like I told Paul when we sat down and came up with this list, these are just guesses. And if something's going to cost us a little more money to complete, that's where we want to better spend our money.
Okay, because we have been discussing G Hill for quite some time now.
And we're talking.
We are included in that.
We're talking something different that I probably ought to. Common lines.
Right.
I'm talking. The sewer study is not common lines.
No, I know.
Okay.
No, but
But your line item 4.
Yeah. So that would be submitted just like every other abatement, and we would discuss before we recommend which ones be abated.
Okay. Then you were discussing prior to this, the pump station. Is that what you were discussing about for the water pressure up on G Hill? Where are we at on that?
We have designed. We're ready to go out.
Go out for
to bid.
Okay.
So we're trying to figure out the best way to do that and save the most money. And it's been very difficult on that one. So, but we've priced out purchasing the equipment and having subcontractors install. So I think that's how we'll end up on that. But we're close.
Okay.
We're close on that. But that is not on this. That's a water issue.
No, I know, but
But it is on the last WIFA project.
I'm sorry?
It is on the last WIFA list. There's 2 projects left on the last of the WIFA money for the last draw, which is the Wallaman project, the line replacement, and the Bonita pump station.
But Mr. Mayor, members of council, I will say on the common line elimination funds, Jerry and his crew are very good at weaving together solutions like the sewer plant, which is it has a lot of cost savings, but it also has a load on the departments, and you know, has to be woven into the normal duties. I think on the common line elimination projects, we tend to do better at just bidding these totally out, although some of the bigger ones we may look at. Jerry, do you want to talk about the mix between bidding out common lines and you guys doing it? Are you thinking bidding out all the common lines, or are you thinking a mix of some done internally?
I'm thinking of a mix because we would like to save as much design money as we possibly can on some of these. For instance, you might have like the project that came up today might cost $100,000, but it's probably going to cost me $30,000-$40,000 to design it and externally. So why not use our consultants that are internal and pick that $30,000 off, and maybe and we have more luck with Rick and Talmadge, who are our consultants, for them coming up with creative ways for us to save money in construction. So without compromising.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Fernando.
I know that WIFA does allow a $50,000 amount for scoping and doing the studies that you would need to do to get your plan done to present to them that's forgivable. Have you taken advantage of that at all?
Well, we talked about some of the construction money, or some of the feasibility design we're kind of past that. But
okay.
But if there was anything that I call Lindsay Squared, Lindsay Mills, and Lindsay Jones from WIFA would recommend, we would certainly take advantage of that. They have a list of these projects as well.
Any questions, comments, Freddie?
Yeah, so 3.5 years ago, I brought to the attention of city staff that I had some constituents that were concerned about supposedly being informed that because they're on sewer lines, that the city would somehow come by and take care of that problem by installing sewer. That never happened. I wasn't on council when that took place, but my ear got bent about it. And so I brought that up sometime back years ago. I was led to believe that it was not cost prohibitive. And I see now that we have a mechanism in place that possibly can take care of these kinds of things as I'm looking at this wish list. So I want to bring back to the city the situation of no sewer along Saguaro in my district. Whether this is etched in stone or not, I know we're all putting plugs in for our own districts. And so you can take this as my plug and my pitch.
So, and I tell you why these two areas are I put them out there is one, we did the design on the community center. We did that internally, and it is already done. And Sunrise Engineering did the Yuma Street project, which we still have on record. It was done 14 years ago, but it's still valid. So we haven't spent any engineering money per se towards any of these projects as of yet. But if we have another one, i.e. the project you're talking about, we can definitely, we're only going to put in for one round. We can definitely try to work it into the second round.
Well, and I get everybody has their own constituents and their own district's concerns and best interests in mind. And I just want to make sure that my district is heard as well.
So, yeah, and you know, back to the common line, it's a misconception that because your sewer runs into our system, that we should have to take care of the line to your house. So that is the responsibility of the property owner to connect to our main. So I know it hasn't always been done that way, but that's the way that it's legal.
No, I get this common sewer line, but in my area, there is no sewer.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And it's septic up in that area, and it's definitely an area that we need to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Motion?
Mr. Mayor, I motion to approve WIFA debt authorization resolution number 1818 and direct staff to move forward with the application for a WIFA loan grant in the amount up to $4 million.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of resolution number 1818. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, Jerry. Oh, you're still up. Item D, consideration and possible approval of amendment number 1 to contract number PS-2019-0048 with Arcadis US Incorporated for on-call electrical engineering services to extend the contract term for 1 additional year in the amount of $25,000 total to be funded out of account number 50-80-51234 Water Contractual Services and account number 51-80 number 51234 Wastewater Contractual Services.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this one simply is a contract that lapsed July 1 and is ready for renewal. It is our electrical engineers. What we do with these on-calls is we utilize them and then try to backfill what we've paid out in consultant fees. For instance, if they work on the WIFA, we take it from the WIFA money. And if they work on the CIP items, we take it from there and we try to backfill this to keep it out of the contractual obligation line within the budget. So this particular one, though, is a yearly renewal. And this is Zane Wisterman, who we've utilized for quite a few years.
I move.
Any questions, comments, or motion? Okay.
I move that we approve the contract as stated.
Second.
We have motion and a second for approval of electrical engineering contract. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Do we have any late agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, no, we do not.
Okay. Second call to the public. Do we have any comments, Shelley?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a couple. Okay, I have another comment from Marcia Scammell regarding the Pinto Bridge update. She states, I've traveled down the newly paved road, top of the world, several times, and watching the construction of the new Pinto Bridge. Each time we travel to and from the valley is all appreciated. Hard work, so nice to travel on nice roads. It is worth the wait, even though it is a pain. But the end project speaks for itself. Thank you, everyone. Best thing of all, seeing people employed and able to provide for their families and giving us all a safe environment. And then I have one more comment from Sherry Rice, and she spoke on the bed tax item. We didn't get it until later, but she says there are 5 dedicated bed tax organizations. Why and how was it determined? What percentage each organization would receive? I see Gila County Historical Society receives 15%. Why doesn't each one receive 20%?
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, we can't respond here, but I can respond to her by email and give a little background on that.
Can you give us that information to also in a future agenda?
Yes.
Why it's broken down the way it is?
Do you want an email or do you want a presentation?
I think a short presentation if we can get that.
Presentation would be better as long as
Okay.
3 minutes.
Well, Steve
Oh, yeah.
Stratton did a
He
presentation.
did, because he's the one that came
Yeah,
up with it.
he was on that original.
Yeah. So, well,
For the members that didn't get to see that, I think that's a good idea.
so I think we're on, yeah, okay, so let's talk about when we get to future agenda items.
Okay.
Any other comments, Shelley?
No, sir, that's.
Thank you, Shelley. Scheduling of meetings,
No variations from the meeting schedule.
future agenda items?
Okay. So now we want to do an update on the historic split of the bed tax organizations.
Maybe we could have Steve come in and give a presentation.
Sure. We can do that. We can have them zoom in.
Go ahead.
I have two. So many residents in my district through this election, and I also heard from some other council people that a lot of these folks did not understand that the way home rule was written, it was written as a proposition. They didn't realize it was home rule. People that have lived here 40 or 50 years didn't realize that was home rule and how imperative it was that it be passed. So I'm thinking, how do we do this? I mean, I literally went to people's homes and explained to them, and tried to help them. And I know Jesse did too with some, we've got some elderly residents in our communities. So maybe the future agenda item is that we contact the county for some type of rewording on the ballot. I don't know what the correct rewording is, but it needs to say home rule in big bold so they get that. And maybe we, as the city, need to do a little more outreach and explain to folks what home rule is. Because I have neighbors that were born here that didn't understand what home rule was and that it actually would inhibit our spending.
That's what my concerns were from my constituents as well.
Yeah, so we need to do better in both ways. I think the city address it before the next time it comes on the ballot, do an outreach, explain to the residents, and then also, we got to get it worded right on the ballot, or not so much right, but in a way that folks understand that is indeed what it is.
And Mr. Mayor,
I was concerned about the 300 and some votes that voted against it, because they probably didn't understand it. But also in this future presentation, can we do some research in Florence? I understand that Florence, I know they failed on their last 4 years. It was voted down and it hurt them. But I understand that they did away with any future voting of home rule.
yeah,
I don't
there
know
is
how they did it.
you can do a permanent base adjustment.
Is that what it is?
Is what you can do.
Wouldn't that be a lot less
Yeah.
confusing for everyone? Okay.
And, Shelley, if I recall, the language is set by statute.
It is.
So would you like to hear from the attorney about that, or?
PSA then, like a PSA of what is.
Legislature, so you're
Yeah.
But no, I'm not saying rewording it. If that's set by the legislator, then if we do a PSA to inform our constituents and the citizens of Globe of what home rule actually is, so That way, when they do get their ballot, they're not confused. I mean,
And-
You could do something.
Well, and we could talk about, like I say, I know there are limitations. We can't really advocate for or against it because we're supposed to be neutral on it, but we can share information. I don't know about our ability to spend money on sharing information, but these are all, we can wrap this up into a presentation for, in 2 weeks.
Okay, so then.
Mayor?
Hold on, Charlene's got one more, Fernando.
I think,
Okay.
So the more, as I'm going through this meeting, I'm thinking about the gates and the drug activity or illegal activity, whatever's going on at night in the cemetery in the Old Dominion Mine Park. Maybe that needs to be maybe that needs to be a future topic, because how are we gonna address that? We've got to have people that can go do that, whether we have the police do it or we're having overtime from Public Works, whatever the case may be. This should not be going on in our cemeteries or our parks. So maybe we do this as a future agenda item and put all the options out on the table.
so a presentation on how we can combat the drug use in our cemeteries and parks.
Well, we don't really know that it's drug use. We know we know it's trespassing. I mean, there's signs that say dawn to dusk, open from dawn to dusk. But I understand the police may not have the time to devote. I understand we may have to designate additional funds from Public Works, but we need to be talking about that. This body needs to talk about it.
If you put your employees out there to do stuff like that, you're putting the liability on the city. They're
Yeah.
not trained.
No, but the
To
police.
lock a gate.
That's what
Lock a
he's
gate
gonna
is
talk
what I'm
about.
talking about.
Go ahead, Chief. What's your comment?
So about sealing,
Chief's back there.
yeah, okay.
He already beat you.
Yeah, and what kind of presentation, Dale, would you recommend?
Two things. The first thing I would tell you is if we're going to talk about drug activity, I would rather not do it in a public forum because it can inhibit our ability to do the things that we need to do. Secondly, if we're getting complaints, whether it's at the park or hanging out at a local business or anywhere, if it comes to us, we'll address those things. There's a difference between dealing with the crime activity and then making an assignment for someone to go lock gates. The police department's not the entity for locking gates and stuff, but we are the entity for taking complaints concerning crime activity within the city, and we will address those. So I think it's two different topics that we're dealing with. It's just not, it's not a dependable thing for us to be able to do that. Plus, the way the wording is in the signage, I would highly recommend that we have legal refer to it, because dusk till dawn was probably pretty relevant when the sign was made, probably about the same time the first discussion was about the bridge in 1961. So we might want to look at updating the signage and passing the ordinance to address that specific thing, to give us the teeth that we need to actually enforce trespassing laws and things within the park. As far as the gate issues are concerning, there's a lot of different issues concerning that, so that's something that's really a discussion with the city manager on that.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I mean, could we want to talk about park and cemetery security?
That's a good way to sum it up.
That would be the extent of it. I don't think we as a council should be dictating how the department's gonna handle the crime and the trespassing. That's a department, operations.
I mean, we've talked at Old Dominion about lighting, cameras, you know, the gate, and then we can do the same thing in cemetery. And let's look at it that way and kind of focus on what we can put in place, the hours. And then, and then again, I think Dale's right about how we focus on how he patrols that. But do the security in concert what works for a PD to do their enforcement.
So let me clarify, both of those entities are in my district, as well as half the cemetery, or a portion of it's in your district as well. So I'm hearing from residents all the time, as well as I go to Old Dominion Mine Park every day of my life and spend an hour there. So I see a lot of this at different times, and residents are very vocal about, they don't know what's going on. It's definitely illegal activity though, because it's a lot of times it's in the middle of the night or at 5 in the morning, and the places are supposed to be closed. So, this is probably about the 6th time I've heard this in the last month. I don't know why that is. If like activity's increasing or people are noticing it more, I'm not sure. But it needed to be brought up as how do we address this? And I do have 2 specific residents. I'm gonna forward their names and numbers to the police chief because they are right there, they live right there and are viewing what's going on. And that was the thing I thought was really important. They've now brought it to me saying, we're seeing all kinds of stuff going on.
Well, should we encourage them to call 911 when they see these activities
We should,
happening?
and I always do that, always do that.
Well, and for anybody watching at home, yes, if you see anything suspicious, call 911. They'll help you sort out whether it truly is an emergency or they want to take a report or
But it
anything
really
like
was
that.
a valid
Yeah.
concern. The one fella overlooks Old Dominion. You know, he said, "There's gates. Why aren't we closing the gates?" That's pretty valid. And the same at the cemetery. There's gates. Why aren't we closing the gates? If we have signs up saying there's nobody supposed to be here at night in the dark, and we have the ability to close the gates, it's worth discussing.
Okay, so and I think, I don't know if Councilman Shipley was going to add on
He
something.
has one more, I think.
Okay.
Go ahead, Fernando.
I was just going to say that I don't exactly understand it, but I've been around long enough to know that we basically can't spend taxpayer dollars to change people's minds about whether we're a home rule or a bond or anything like that. So generally we can because we're elected officials, so we can say what we want to say, but the city has to be very neutral on it. So I noticed that whenever we wanted to get a bond approved, we would usually get like a blue ribbon committee from the community of people that were influential to be on it to try to persuade people to vote for it. And then they do technically all the campaigning for it, and the city stays out of it. And so it's the same thing with home.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I just wanted to add on.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, to recap, we didn't talk about this, but we talked about earlier, dog park update
Yes.
and the dedication. So everybody's on board with number 1, dog park? Sure. Presentation?
To that point, I guess is John the one would be our the one to let us know? Are they to that point for?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
mean,
know.
I think, if you want, we can bring somebody back and do a presentation on the dog park. I just want to make sure everybody's on board with, we got 4 presentations we're adding to the next meeting.
Well, there's not been anything done.
Presentation?
Well, let's keep.
Well, I don't,
Do an
Yeah.
okay.
An update would be
So-
good on the dog park because they haven't been able to do anything there. They've been doing what they're doing for the last how many months? Public Works
So-
hasn't been able to be there at all.
Okay, so, an
You got
update.
five-
an update.
5 presentations lined up you're talking.
I know, I'm,
No, yeah.
Writing it
an
down.
update on the dog park
So,
is
okay.
also
Do updates.
necessary.
so an update, how do you define an update?
Where we're at, where we're going, and what you need.
One person, no PowerPoint?
Yes,
Okay.
3 minutes. Got the flags right here, 3 minutes.
Okay, so number 2, bed tax organization. Now we want update or presentation? We got Steve Stratton coming in to do it. What would you like? How many minutes? Update, 3 minutes.
Synopsis of how it's broken down. I don't think that warrants a 40-minute.
Yeah, and I think you're gonna need 10 on bed tax
10 what?
minutes. Yeah, okay. So 3 minutes on, okay, dog park, 3 minutes.
And I think
Bed
just the
tax, 10
question
minutes.
is the breakdown, that's all.
Yeah,
it
it's just
really
the
is. Not
synopsis of the
not
breakdown
an
and why
You could even have a written
Update.
breakdown.
Wasn't
Get it
Connie's
out.
Bridge 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Wasn't Connie's Bridge 10 minutes?
It was supposed to be, Jerry.
Supposedly.
All right, now we have home rule, and I don't know if I can keep that to 10 minutes, we can try.
Why don't you put that off?
Yeah,
We don't have to deal with that for 4 more years.
Yeah.
Let's deal with it in 6 months
That's
from
not a
now.
priority.
Okay,
Yeah, that could be.
I would make a suggestion that maybe you have, just write a summary of what we can and what not.
There we go.
yeah,
Because we can't get involved in the political arena.
right. And so, Yeah, so, well, I'll probably write it up and then have him review it and make sure we're right, and,
But include what you said about what Florence did too.
yeah, I think Florence, yeah, there's a lot of mythology about what Florence did, but I know you know the true. So, okay. So this is gonna be a future, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then, but, park and cemetery security. Presentation or update? Well, you can't do an update because is no security.
Well, no, if we're
That's gonna be a
We're
presentation.
gonna have to do an ordinance on it and all that. Then.
Well, no, I don't know. We have to see what the presentation brings us. I mean, I think you need recommendations from, first you need to know what we do right now, why we do it. Then we gotta figure out what's the pros and cons of lights.
And why we stopped, because there used to be somebody that locked the gates at the cemetery.
I think because you can just walk around it, I think it's so, oh, with cemetery, I don't know.
Well, they can't drive a car in there if the gates
Yeah.
are locked.
I'm
And
thinking
somebody
I'm
from the city used to do that.
I'm thinking OD
I'm
Park.
telling you what my neighbor told me.
Yeah.
I don't, that wasn't in my time, but it was within the last 10 years.
Okay. So, in 2 weeks, we're gonna do a presentation. Okay. So two updates, presentation, and a future agenda item. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have one.
And then just so you know, we still owe you a presentation on broadband and on,
Doesn't have to.
registered contractors.
I think we need,
I haven't forgotten.
we need clear.
Yes.
Okay.
But let's minimize them, and let's prioritize them. If we can bump them to other meetings, if we get with too many, we need to prioritize them.
Okay.
Yeah, we have lots of time.
Okay. Well, at this rate, if I start sacking these up, we're gonna be, all right.
Freddie has one.
So I have a future agenda item, and this is not pressing. I'm not saying it's got to go on the next meeting, but there was some time back that we had the unfortunate happening of losing a council member, and we had to go through a process that was somewhat.
I think I promised you an update.
You did.
I promised you a policy.
And it was a difficult time for everybody.
Yeah.
But I think we need to revisit that and create a policy of some sort to address those things in the future.
We had talked, yeah, we do need to have something in place, and so we don't get caught flat-footed.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, policy on council replacement.
It's been a year.
Okay, I'm running out of room on my agenda,
Oh, it flies by, doesn't it?
so I'm up to,
I got some too, but I'll wait till next week.
you know, we're looking, I think we're gonna fit you in February of 2021, so,
Sounds like a 5-year budget here.
yeah. Okay, no, we got it.
We good?
We're good. So that's future agenda items.
Okay. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Motion made.
Motion made.
We have a motion, a second for executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, there is no action scheduled or agendized for when we come out of executive session, so we'll re-adjourn, finish off the broadcast, and then call an end to the meeting.
We'll
So,
hold the session in here.
so we'll hold the session here, we'll clear the room, we'll cut the camera, and then we'll come back and film the adjournment, come out of each session, film the adjournment, and then get us out of here. But if anybody's waiting to see any excitement coming back out, you're just gonna see a bunch of people come in and
Shelley, do we have LaCoya on the line?
yes,
switchblade.
Okay, are we done now?
No, you don't need to go to bed. We gotta,
I do need to go, I have to do your
Careful,
dog
we're
tomorrow. Bring it
live.
on over. I won't go to bed.
Charlene,
Yeah.
we're live.
Oh, we're live, I'm sorry. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion made.
We have a motion, a second for adjournment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
All right. Good night, all.
Everybody, good night.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Good job with that pizza.
I would,
No, this is
I
long.
would give it to Shelley. By the way.
Okay. Thank you guys very much. Oh, yeah. I didn't. Where is it?